Chapter 48-47. I'm not going. I haven't even reached golden core perfection yet. My priority is to condense my nascent soul. I'm still far from reaching profound ascension. Huang Xiaotao shook her head. What about you, Xinyan? Lin Yi turned to Wang Xinyan. I've discussed it with Master. Master suggested that I give it a try. Even if I don't succeed, I can gain some experience. My life shouldn't be in danger with the Thunder Xian pill. Wang Xinyan said. Although her current strength was only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, with the special potential of her spongy body, coupled with powerful medicinal pills, it was not impossible for her to reach the peak of the nascent soul realm in 3 months. Of course, if she could not even reach the peak of the nascent soul realm by then there was no need to go on the path of a giant. I see. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and decided, there are still 3 months left. We should be able to do it if we work hard. If we're going, then the 3 of us will go together. Ha! Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were shocked. Especially Huang Xiaotao, who wasn't prepared at all. She pointed at herself and said, I have to go too. Yes, Xiaotao, you too. Lin Yi nodded seriously. But I haven't even condensed my nascent soul yet. Huang Xiaotao looked at Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan helplessly. She thought that this would be a 2-person world for Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan. She didn't expect that she would be part of it. One had to be at least a master of the peak of Yuanying realm to have a chance to enter the path of a giant. Now there were only 3 months left. With her strength, it was impossible at all. From the peak of Jindan realm to the peak of Yuanying realm in 3 months, she could not do it even in her dreams, could she? Could it be that you're thinking of? Xinyan said thoughtfully. Huang Xiaotao didn't know too much about Lin Yi's abilities, but she'd followed him all the way from the common world. She knew exactly what Lin Yi was capable of. It was impossible for anyone else to do something like this, but Lin Yi was an exception. That's right. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. So your ability can be used even at nascent soul perfection. That's great. Wang Xinyan was relieved. What are you guys talking about? What kind of ability is it? Huang Xiaotao, on the other hand, was confused. She really couldn't think of any ability that would allow her to enter the path of giants in 3 months. You'll know in the future. Lin Yi and Xinyan looked at each other and smiled. The others weren't too close, but there were too many people here, and it was better to be careful. It'd be troublesome if this ability got out. So mysterious. Huang Xiaotao pouted helplessly, but she did not pursue the matter. Anyway, she would find out sooner or later, so there was no hurry. While the 3 of them were talking, the curtains of the individual auction finally opened in front of everyone's eyes. This time, the host was still the white-bearded old man from last time. He could be considered a familiar face. Ladies and gentlemen, the individual auction has officially begun. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. The white-bearded old man changed his style from last time and got straight to the point. Let's take a look at the first item, a pair of Ghost Eye Eagle King wings. The starting price is 100,000 spiritual jades. As soon as the old man finished speaking, no one showed any expression of surprise. They only whispered to each other. There weren't many people who were really interested in the wings. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the pair of majestic black wings that were being carried onto the stage. He didn't know what they were used for, but at the very least, the appearance of this thing was top-notch. 100,000 spirit jades didn't sound cheap, but it was definitely worth it. Why was everyone looking at it with such disdain? 150,000. Lin Yi thought for a moment before opening his mouth. He was rich to begin with, and 3 days ago, he had earned more than 80 million spiritual jades. A mere few 100,000 was like a drop in the ocean. Of course, Lin Yi was not a fool. No matter how many spiritual jades he had, he wouldn't throw them away for no reason. The premise of spending money like this was that it caught his eye. The crowd was in an uproar, not because of the 150,000 spiritual jades, but because of Lin Yi himself. Compared to the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings, this young man with a shocking background was a little more worthwhile. Do you want this pair of Ghost Eye Eagle King wings? Wang Xinyan asked softly. Not really. It looks nice, but I don't know what it's used for. I'll leave it to fate. Lin Yi shook his head noncommittally. To be honest, he really wanted it. The bid just now was just an impulsive one. If someone really wanted to bid, he might not follow. But I heard that the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings are actually quite useless. It's expensive, but it can only be taken home as a decoration. There's rarely a chance to use it. After all, it's not sharp enough to forge weapons, and it has no other special uses. It can't be used for alchemy either. Huang Xiaotao shook her head. That was indeed the case. If it really had a great use, the rest of the crowd would have been interested. After all, even if they could buy it for 200,000 spiritual jades, it was still useless. Normally, 200,000 spiritual jades were enough to buy a golden nascent condensation pill, but it was not guaranteed to be of superior quality. That was the real treasure. Who would be willing to waste it on a useless exhibit like the Ghost-Eyed Eagle King wing? After waiting for a while, a young man in the distance finally opened his mouth to bid. 200,000. Lin Yi shrugged slightly and was about to give up when the ghostly thing suddenly spoke. This thing is not bad. It'll be useful if you buy it. Lin Yi was shocked. He didn't expect the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings to be interested in the ghostly thing. He didn't have time to ask why and immediately said, 300,000. The young man glanced at Lin Yi, hesitated for a moment, and soon gave up bidding. It seemed that his mentality was the same as Lin Yi's. They both had an attitude of, take it or leave it. If he could buy it for 200,000, he would buy it. If it was more than that, he would not continue to compete with others. 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice. Is there any higher bid? The white-bearded old man encouraged. The Ghost Eye Eagle King wings were not an ideal auction item, but it was the first one after all. It was not good to have too much silence. However, the crowd was obviously not stupid. Spending 200,000 spiritual jades for this kind of exhibit item was already the limit. Now that the price had reached 300,000, no one would jump out to compete with Lin Yi unless there was a hole in their brains. Chapter 48. Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Yi's head, each and every one of them with a look of disdain as if they were looking at a fool. What they didn't know was that Lin Yi was secretly laughing in his heart. 300,000 spirit jades for the Ghost-Eyed Eagle King's wing might seem like a fool to others, but this was something that the ghost had specifically asked him to bid for. One could imagine that this was practically picking up a bargain in public. Hey, why isn't that Sun guy bidding anymore? I thought he would fight with Lin Yi. What a disappointment. Bao Zhuliang thought to himself. The Sun guy that he mentioned was the young man who had just bid 200,000 spirit jades. He was also a second-generation cultivator from the Morning Star Academy, but he was not on good terms with Bao Zhuliang. Young Master Bao, you are thinking too much. Spending more than 300,000 spirit jades for this pair of Ghost-Eyed Eagle King's wings, you are also reluctant. That Sun guy is not a fool, right? Spending so much spirit jades to buy a decoration, his old man will definitely break his legs. Su Kexing shook his head and laughed. That's true. Lin Yi is stupid enough to spend 300,000 spirit jades for this thing. It is not easy to find someone more stupid than him. Bao Zhuliang thought for a while and laughed. Although he did not make an enemy for Lin Yi, seeing Lin Yi waste so many spirit jades was not a bad feeling. Don't be anxious, the best is yet to come. When they encounter the real good stuff, I have already prepared everything. Young Master Bao, just wait and see. Su Kexing laughed confidently. Okay, I will wait. Bao Zhuliang patted him on the shoulder. He had a lot of trust in this little brother that he had played with since childhood. At least among the circle of second-generation heirs that he had come into contact with, Su Kexing was definitely the one with the best brains. The second item is the venomous infant dagger. It is an invincible godly weapon. What is even rarer is that it is smeared with a rare poison. Even an original infant stage expert would die upon touching it. The starting price is 500,000 spirit jades. The white-bearded old man said as he held up the dagger and showed it to the crowd. Unlike the awkward silence just now, everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Bidders were everywhere, and the price was raised in an instant. This dagger seems a bit strange. Lin Yi took a closer look at it. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary dagger, but when he used his divine sense to sense it carefully, he found that there was an extremely evil aura attached to it. It didn't feel like an ordinary poison, but more like an evil curse. It really is. My intuition tells me that this thing was raised with fresh blood, and it's the blood of an original soul stage master at that. The evil energy on it is unimaginable, and I'm afraid it's already turned into poison. No wonder even an original soul stage master couldn't handle it. Xinyan frowned. All of her mental cultivation methods and martial techniques came from the divine nun of the East Sea, so she was extremely sensitive to the evil aura. In comparison, Huang Xiaotao had not been initiated for very long, so she was unable to sense it immediately. 2 million. A ferocious-looking middle-aged man shouted as he stared at the nascent venom dagger. With such a weapon in hand, any nascent soul expert would have to take a few steps back. The killing power of this dagger was self-evident. Let alone a mere 2 million spirit jades, it would be worth it no matter how many spirit jades he spent, 2,300,000 spirit jades. Not far away, a woman with a sinister look on her face refused to budge. Her gaze was even more intense than the middle-aged man's. In her eyes, this dagger was like her life weapon, an existence that was tailor-made for her. It wasn't just these two people. There were a few others who were also raising the price with all their might. Judging from the atmosphere, it was obvious that none of them were people to be trifled with. Now that they were competing against each other for a nascent venom dagger, the atmosphere in the hall was so tense that it was hard to breathe. Bao Zhuliang's gaze was always on Lin Yi, and he was instantly disappointed when he saw that Lin Yi was completely uninterested in the dagger. Truth be told, even a nascent soul stage master like him was interested in this nascent venom dagger. How could this guy, a mere nascent soul late stage, remain unmoved? It wasn't like he was lacking in spirit jades. With Lin Yi's wealth, if he really made a move, no one present would be able to outbid him. In that case, those who were also determined to obtain the nascent venom dagger would definitely target him. This was in line with Bao Zhuliang's intention of using someone else to do his dirty work. However, now that Lin Yi wasn't making a move, Bao Zhuliang's hopes were dashed. If he had heard of Lin Yi's achievements in Soaring Cloud Academy, he would know that this kind of hope was nonsense from the very beginning. How could someone who was able to fight against someone as strong as Lang Rufan be interested in a mere nascent venom dagger? No matter how sinister the dagger was, it was only effective against nascent soul experts. If Lin Yi wanted to deal with a nascent soul expert, would he even need to use poison? After a stalemate, the nascent venom dagger finally fell into the hands of the sinister-looking woman and was sold for a price of 3.8 million spirit jades. Compared to the first item, the ghost-eyed eagle king's wing, this price was already extremely high. However, the next few items were sold for a price of 3 to 4 million spirit jades. After all, in the eyes of everyone present, these items were all rare and valuable items. This price was not a loss at all. However, what made Bao Zhuliang speechless was that in the face of so many tempting items, Lin Yi didn't even look at them. He didn't even open his mouth, let alone start a feud with anyone. Not only Bao Zhuliang, but even Su Kexing, who was originally quite calm, couldn't keep his cool. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't this guy's standards too high? Any one of these items can greatly increase a nascent soul expert's battle prowess. How can he not be interested in them? What should we do? If this guy doesn't take the bait no matter what, how are we going to kill him with a borrowed knife?" Bao Zhuliang felt a headache coming on. "Young Master Bao, don't panic. Although this guy's stubbornness is surprising, we still have a backup plan. Young Master Bao, don't forget about that thing." Su Kexing laughed. "How could I forget? I've put in a lot of effort." Bao Zhuliang's face was full of pain. This item was something he had taken out after listening to Su Kexing's plan. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to kill Lin Yi, he wouldn't have taken it out normally. After all, this item was very rare. You can't catch the wolf without risking the child. Young Master Bao, you've seen it for yourself. That Lin Yi guy doesn't care about these items. If we don't put in a lot of effort, it won't be easy to get him to take the bait. If he doesn't take the bait, there's nothing we can do." Su Kexing smiled helplessly. Chapter 48-49. That's right. No matter how high his vision is, no matter how strong his background is, at the end of the day, strength is king. Plus, he is a super alchemist himself. To him, this item is the same as increasing his strength. Unless his brain is flooded with water, there is no way he wouldn't be tempted. As long as he is tempted, everything else will be easy. Su Kexing said confidently. "Brat, you have to make careful arrangements. I've invested so much. If I can't create a few powerful enemies for him in the end, I won't forgive you." Bao Zhua said with a guilty conscience. The only reason he took out this item was to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If he couldn't defeat Lin Yi in the end and Lin Yi won it, then no matter how high the price was, Bao Zhuliang would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. After all, this item was almost as rare as the Xian Thunder Dan. Usually, no matter how many spiritual jades he spent, he might not be able to buy it. Don't worry. I've already arranged everything. This enemy is definitely powerful enough. Even if Lin Yi provokes him, he won't be able to walk away unscathed. I can guarantee that he will definitely fight. That person is not a reasonable person, hee. Su Kexing smiled mysteriously. Good. Seeing his expression, Bao Zhuliang was instantly filled with confidence. Because every time this guy revealed this expression, he had never failed. This time was no exception. Next is the 8th item, the yuan-raising demonic golden grass. The white-bearded old man hadn't even finished speaking when the entire audience was in an uproar. The response was much more enthusiastic than all the previous auction items combined. And this time, it was as Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing had expected. Lin Yi, who had been indifferent all this while, had his eyes lit up. Lin Yi was an alchemist himself. He was no stranger to the yuan-raising demonic golden grass. This was because this was the main ingredient for the vitality-raising Dan. Its rarity was comparable to the thunder mystic rattan. Although the spiritual Dan was only effective for original infant stage cultivators, it was still a 7th realm Dan. Its effects were very simple. If an original infant stage cultivator were to take one, they would be able to level up by 1 level. To an original infant stage cultivator, this was undoubtedly a holy pill that they yearned for even in their dreams. Furthermore, it was an enhanced version of the condensing infant pill. One has to know that the condensing infant pill only had miraculous effects when forming the original infant stage. Once one entered the original infant stage, although it was possible to continue using it as an experience pill, the effects would be extremely limited. It could even be said to be sloppy and a waste of resources. If one wanted to rely on the golden nascent gathering pill to level up, it would be impossible to do so without at least 8 to 10 pills. However, the vitality-enhancing pill was different. Regardless of whether one was an early nascent soul realm expert or a late nascent soul realm expert, as long as one pill was used, one would be able to directly level up. However, it could not replace the effect of the gathering nascent soul golden pill that could break the barrier. If the golden core perfection dared to take the yuan cultivating pill, it would basically result in an instant death. Just as Bao Zuoliang and Su Kexing had speculated, there was no way Lin Yi wouldn't be able to do nothing about this. In reality, as long as one's capability wasn't at the original level, any original level cultivator, regardless of their background, wouldn't be able to remain unmoved. After the evaluation, this golden nascent soul golden grass can be divided into 5 portions. In other words, it can only be used to brew 5 vitality-enhancing pills. The starting price is 1 million spiritual jades, the bearded elder announced. 2 million. Lin Yi opened his mouth and immediately doubled the starting price. 2 million spiritual jades to buy 1 golden nascent soul golden grass was a little high. After all, this wasn't a ready-made vitality-enhancing pill. However, in Lin Yi's hands, this thing was no different from a vitality-enhancing pill. Especially at a time like this, it didn't matter how many spiritual jades he spent. After all, millions of spiritual jades were nothing more than numbers to Lin Yi. Now that he had the opportunity to buy the golden nascent soul golden grass, he was already making a profit. At this moment, Xinyan suddenly made a sound of surprise. She whispered to Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, "I think I've seen this golden nascent soul golden grass before." "Ha!" Lin Yi paused. "Right, I remember now. Isn't this Wu Liang Bao's?" Huang Xiaotao slapped her forehead and remembered as well. Wu Liang Bao. Lin Yi paused again. Who would come up with a name like that? Seeing Lin Yi's confused expression, Xinyan smiled and explained, "Wu Liang Bao is our nickname. His real name is Bao Zuoliang, the only son of Morningstar City's city lord, Bao Farah." As she spoke, she pointed at a table in the distance. It was where Bao Zuoliang and Su Kexing were sitting. Lin Yi glanced at them, and his heart jumped. He'd noticed that these two had been staring at him since the beginning, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was someone who stood at the heart of the struggle. There were many people who paid attention to him, but not as much as these two. Lin Yi couldn't help but speculate that these two had ulterior motives and weren't just here to watch the show. "Speaking of which, how do you know this golden nascent soul golden grass belongs to him?" Lin Yi asked curiously. Not revealing one's wealth was the most basic rule in the cultivation world. No matter who obtained the golden nascent soul golden grass, they wouldn't go around announcing it to the world. Being a spoiled brat didn't mean you were stupid, unless there was something wrong with your head. That's because Bao Wuliang took it out for us to see. He even pretended to give it to Big Sister Xinyan. Even an idiot could see through his dirty thoughts. Guess what Big Sister Xinyan said in the end? Huang Xiaotao kept them in suspense. What did she say? Lin Yi's interest was immediately piqued. He looked at the blushing Wang Xinyan with a faint smile. This girl had a gentle and kind personality. He really couldn't guess how she would react to a spoiled brat like Bao Zuoliang. Big Sister Xinyan only said 3 words at that time, but that toad Bao Wuliang was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Because she said. Huang Xiaotao kept everyone in suspense before revealing the answer, deaf nanny. Lin Yi smiled. This deaf nanny definitely couldn't hear it. He didn't expect Bao Zuoliang to be so cowardly. However, he really had to find an opportunity to thank the deaf nanny. If it weren't for her, not only Wang Xinyan, but Huang Xiaotao would also be in trouble. The East Continent College had no lack of spoiled brats. It would be strange if they didn't come to bother the two girls. As the three of them spoke, there were already several people bidding. The price of the golden nascent soul golden grass quickly rose to 2,700,000 spirit jades. Chapter 4850. After all, to those cultivators who were at the peak of the advanced stage of the original level, obtaining an essence-raising dan at this time was like gaining a precious ticket to becoming a tycoon. 3 million. Lin Yi raised the price again without hesitation, and all the competitors' eyelids twitched. Compared to the others, they were all rich, but in front of Lin Yi, they were all fake rich. Only he was a true tycoon. 3,050,000. An old man with snow-white hair clenched his teeth and said. Lin Yi glanced at him. This was a cultivator at the peak of the advanced stage of the original level. It seemed like he was making a last stand for himself. Though cultivators lived a long life, getting too old would make them lose their drive and it would be hard for them to make any more breakthroughs. If he couldn't break through to the Xian realm this time, he would probably never be able to do so again. Thinking about it made one sigh. However, Lin Yi would not pity an outsider who had nothing to do with him. He had to get this chi-raising golden grass today. Without blinking, he said, 3,200,000. The white-haired old man's expression froze as he looked at the calm Lin Yi. His body trembled as he tried to open his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. He could only sit back down with a desolate look on his face. 3,500,000 was his limit. He already had to borrow money from others. He could not afford to pay more than that. Let alone the fact that there was no way he could win against the wealthy Lin Yi. Even if he managed to get his hands on the chi-raising dan, it would be useless. Finding someone to help him with the essence-raising dan would require a lot of spiritual jades. 3,300,000. Just as the white-haired old man retreated in fear, a young woman immediately took over from the other side. This was a second-generation cultivator of the academy. She was much more confident than the white-haired old man, and she was also determined to get the yuan-raising demon golden grass. Bao Zuoyang and Su Kexing were overjoyed to see this scene. They'd released the chi-raising golden grass just for this. As long as Lin Yi and these people didn't give way to each other, they'd end up fighting each other sooner or later. They'd be enemies even if they didn't want to. But all of this was secondary. The one Su Kexing made for Lin Yi hasn't even spoken yet. Remember, that person was even more desperate for the chi-raising golden grass than Lin Yi. 3,800,000. Lin Yi looked at the woman, and the number that came out of her mouth shocked everyone. This wasn't a ready-made chi-raising pill, it was just a stalk of chi-raising golden grass. Was there a need to ask for such a high price? What could they do? Rich people were always stubborn. 3,900,000. The young woman looked at Lin Yi angrily and hesitated for a while before saying 4,200,000. Lin Yi still had a calm expression and did not even look at her. With his wealth, he was destined to be invincible in this kind of situation where there were no big shots. Even the most powerful second-generation cultivators were like floating clouds in front of him. In the past, they were the ones smashing others to death with spirit jades. Now, it was time for them to experience what it felt like to be smashed alive with spirit jades. As expected, the young woman choked. Her face turned green and white as she glared at Lin Yi. After hesitating for a long time, she finally sat back down. Although it was not that her family could not take out so many spirit jades, with the price of the dan of raising dan, even if she got the chi-raising golden grass, she would definitely be scolded by the elders in her family. All of her spirit jades were provided by her family. She did not dare to squander them like Lin Yi. Looks like no one is going to compete with you now. Wang Xinyan smiled. After all, she had followed the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Her knowledge was far greater than that of regular students. 4,200,000 spirit jades was enough to buy a ready-made Dan of Raising Dan. Aside from people like Lin Yi, who had too much spirit jades to spend, no one else was willing to compete with him. I don't think it will be that simple. Lin Yi shook his head. He had been paying attention to one person throughout the entire auction. It was not Bao Zuoyang, who Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao had mentioned, but the red-haired old man who sat boldly in the center of the hall. Lin Yi had originally thought that Qin Danzi, his cheap disciple, was strange enough. He did not think that he would run into someone even stranger today. Not only was his hair and beard fiery red, but even his face was abnormally red. This was no longer the Heaven Island version of Lord Guan Yu. He was like the Lord of the Fire God who had descended into the mortal world. Of course, Lin Yi did not pay attention to this red-haired old man purely because of his strange appearance. More importantly, this person's presence and strength were the best in the entire hall. Even if he sat there silently, he still had a strong sense of existence. This was because this was a true mountain-opening giant, and he had never held back his aura. Under normal circumstances, any mountain-opening stage tycoon should be like Ling Yuanqing and the other big shots of the academy and take the initiative to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, at their level, it was very difficult for a personal auction to have anything good that could catch their eye. Moreover, as a tycoon, he should have the airs of a tycoon. If he casually came out to compete with the younger generation, there would be no prestige left. But Lin Yi did not know what this red-haired old man was planning by appearing here. He had never opened his mouth before, but one thing was for sure. Since he was here, he must have an ulterior motive. Soon, the red-haired old man noticed that Lin Yi was glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally. He immediately turned his head and looked back. There was no special expression on his face, but the terrifying aura from the giant of the mountain opening period still made Lin Yi's heart jump. Lin Yi couldn't help but think to himself. Was this guy really the Lord of the Fire God? Being stared at by him like that made me feel like I was about to burn up. That person is called Lu Dachang. He's not one of the higher-ups in the academy, but a guest elder that the city lord Bofara invited with a high price. I heard that he's a mountain-opening master, and his position in the city lord's manor is only slightly lower than Bofara's. He's one of the top 3 giants. Xinyan reported quietly. A mountain-opening giant from the city lord's manor. Then what's he doing here? The bad feeling in Lin Yi's heart grew stronger. I don't know. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and shook their heads. They had only heard of this person, and only heard some rumors. They didn't know much about him. The whole place was silent. The people who coveted the yuan-raising demon golden grass were all frightened by Lin Yi. The price had already been raised to 4.2 million. Everyone wanted to bid, but they didn't have the strength to do so. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Lin Yi's bad feeling became reality. Lu Dachang suddenly spoke. 4.5 million. The others didn't have enough capital, but he was a mountain-opening master. This amount of spirit jade was more than enough. Chapter 48:51. 6 million. Lu Dachang seemed to be a rich man. If an opening stage giant like him couldn't compete with a junior, he would be laughed at to death. Even so, some people noticed that this guest giant's mouth twitched unnaturally. The whole place was silent. At this time, no one could jump out to mess things up. The yuan-raising demon golden grass could only fall into the hands of 2 people. It was either Lin Yi or Lu Dachang. The others could only watch from afar. Not bad, not bad. Messing with Lu Dachang, this old bastard. This Lin is dead for sure. Bao Zuoyang almost laughed out loud. Although Lu Dachang was on the same side as his father, he didn't have any respect for him, the young city lord. After the quarrel with his son last time, this old bastard even wanted to teach him a lesson. Luckily Bao Farah saved him in time, or else he would have suffered greatly. Bao Zhuliang didn't like Lu Dachang, but he was an opening stage giant after all. Even his father had to bow down to him. No matter how unhappy he was, he could only pinch his nose. But now, he made this old bastard deal with Lin Yi. No matter who was unlucky, he would be very happy. This was simply a stroke of genius. Since I have to borrow someone's knife to kill, I naturally have to borrow the sharpest knife. No matter how I think about it, I can't find a knife sharper than Lu Dachang in Qingqing City. Su Kexing couldn't help but be proud of himself. To deal with someone with a background like Lin Yi, ordinary opponents were not enough. Profound Ascension stage was far from enough. At the very least, they had to be opening stage giants. But opening stage giants were not so easy to use. Only a fiery giant like Lu Dachang could be used. Right, how did you determine that this old bastard would take the bait? Bao Zhuliang suddenly asked. Although the yuan-raising demon golden grass was rare and useful, to an opening stage giant like Lu Dachang, what use could it have? Hee, young Master Bao, did you forget Lu Xiaozhong who argued with us last time? He is now at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, and has long announced that he wants to participate in the path of a magnate. As long as the news of the essence-raising devil golden grass is spread, with the old bastard's protective personality, it would be strange if he could endure it. Su Kexing said with a mischievous smile. The Lu Xiaozhong he mentioned was Lu Dachang's son. So that's how it is. No wonder you have nothing to do in front of Lu Xiaozhong 2 days ago. It turns out that you deliberately leaked information to him. It's so bad, but I like it. Bao Zhuliang laughed. Young Master Bao, I didn't just leak the information to him. I also purposely emphasized Lin Yi's wealth. In short, he can't compete with Lin Yi with just the amount of spirit jades he has. Unless he gets his father to step in, and he can't do it according to the rules, hee. Su Kexing smirked as he took credit for himself. Well done, well done. Let's wait and watch the show. Bao Zhuliang was very satisfied with his right-hand man. The reason why they called Lu Dachang an old bastard was because he didn't do things according to the rules. Moreover, he was an unscrupulous person. It was impossible for him to follow the rules and admit defeat like the others. As the two were talking, Lin Yi had already completely gone against the mountain opening magnate, Lu Dachang, according to their expectations, 7 million. 5 million. Lu Dachang still didn't plan to give in, but everyone could see that he couldn't hold on any longer. For an essence-raising devil golden grass to such an exaggerated price, everyone felt like they were dreaming. One had to know that even the rarest grade 7 medicinal pellet, the profound thunder pellet, was only worth this much at most. A normal essence-augmenting pellet would be sold for more than 5 million, and this was just a stock of essence-augmenting demon golden grass. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind: these two people are crazy. 8 million. Lin Yi didn't care if the opponent was a mountain opening magnate or not. Since it was an auction, whoever had more spiritual jades would be awesome. No matter how strong he was, he could only hold it in. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Dachang couldn't help but choke. It was true that he was a mountain opening magnate, but he was only a guest expert of the city lord's mansion. He wasn't a leader like the city lord. How could he have so many spiritual jades to squander? However, those who knew a little wouldn't think that he would let it go just like that. As expected, Lu Dachang's originally ferocious and powerful aura was unleashed. He stared at Lin Yi fiercely and scolded, "Motherfucker, who is so blind to oppose Grandpa Lu? Are you looking for death? I'll leave my words here today. This essence-raising devil golden grass is mine. Whoever dares to obstruct me, don't blame Grandpa Lu for turning hostile." When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. To be honest, competing with a mountain opening magnate was already very stressful. He didn't expect it to be such a shameless old bastard. No wonder he had a very bad premonition from the start. This time, his premonition came true. Even if he was richer than the opponent didn't play by the rules and directly used force. What could he do? In front of absolute strength, all schemes were a joke. Similarly, no matter how many spiritual jades he had, it was just a joke. I heard from Master that he is as boorish as his name. He is famous for being rude and unreasonable. Also, he is only a guest of the city lord's mansion. He doesn't care about the rules. Even if he breaks the rules occasionally, City Lord Bao and Dean Ling can't do anything about it. We have to be careful. Wang Xinyan pulled on Lin Yi's sleeve and reminded him softly. Lin Yi nodded without batting an eyelid. He had a headache looking at this guest with red hair. If the other party was a mountain opening stage expert from outside, he might not dare to be so unbridled in Morningstar City's territory. However, he was a guest here, and there was no way he could argue with him. But no matter what, Lin Yi wouldn't give up so easily. He immediately retorted, I can understand that you want the yuan-raising devil golden grass, but this is an auction. You have to follow the rules of the auction. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Do you really want to destroy the fairness of the auction? When Lin Yi said this, the crowd was in an uproar. They all knew that Lin Yi's background was unfathomable, but they didn't expect him to be so daring. He dared to go against a mountain opening magnate in front of so many people? What they didn't know was that Lin Yi's courage was trained. He was able to escape from the West Mountain Old Master when he was only at the Golden Core stage. Now that he was at the late nascent soul stage and had all sorts of statuses protecting him, he really didn't have to be afraid of this mountain opening magnate. Chapter 48-52. Don't talk about useless stuff. I'm telling you, I don't understand a single thing you're saying. Lu Duchang didn't have the demeanor of a big shot at all. Acting shamelessly was a common occurrence, or else there wouldn't be so many people secretly calling him an old bastard. He curled his lips and said, my son needs this grass to refine pills. Just tell me if you're going to let it go or not. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. What was shamelessly? This was shamelessly right in front of you, leaving you with no way to retaliate at all. The worst part was that this old bastard was a mountain opening stage powerhouse. Other than the other mountain opening stage powerhouses, the others didn't even have the right to stand up and talk to him. His fist was the biggest here, so naturally, only he had the final say. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao frowned and looked at each other. Both of them were thinking of the same thing, should they sneak out and ask their master to come and save the day? Although the divine nun of the Eastern Sea didn't have much control over this old bastard, she was still a mountain opening stage powerhouse after all. At the very least, he wouldn't dare act shamelessly like this. His tone right now was simply infuriating. So what if I'm bullying you? Do you dare hit me, weakling? If it were anyone else, they would most likely admit defeat, but the two girls knew very well the pride in Lin Yi's bones. He definitely wouldn't lower his head so easily. It was fine if it was just a verbal fight, but if they really started fighting, he would be at a great disadvantage. Unexpectedly, under the two girls' worried gazes, Lin Yi was the one who laughed instead. He looked at Lu Duchang calmly and said, Forgive me for asking, but if you buy the yuan-raising demon golden grass, who are you going to find to refine pills with? Nonsense, of course I'm going to find Qing Danzi. Who else can I find? Lu Duchang curled his lips without hesitation. The yuan-raising pill was a 7th rank pill after all. Regular alchemists wouldn't be able to refine it at all. The only one who could do so in Morningstar City was Qing Danzi. Oh, that's my disciple. I'll go back and tell him not to accept your job. Just wait and watch. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Everyone was instantly amused. Just now, when they saw Lu Dachang making things difficult, they thought that Lin Yi was about to be unlucky. But now that they thought about it, Lin Yi's disciple was already on equal footing with Lu Dachang. It was hard to say who would have the best laugh in this conflict. Ha! Lu Dachang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He paused for a moment before sizing up Lin Yi again. Lin Yi could be said to be a household name in Morningstar City. Even if he hadn't seen him before, he would have heard of him. He quickly asked, "You're that Lin Yi?" "That's right. Do you still want to rob me like this?" Lin Yi looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. His path to becoming a major figure was right around the corner. If he couldn't refine the yuan-raising demon golden grass into yuan-raising pills as soon as possible after buying it, its effects would definitely be greatly reduced. In particular, this visiting chamberlain had to act shamelessly in front of everyone to obtain the yuan-raising demon golden grass. He had to consider this carefully. For the first time, Lu Dachang showed an expression of hesitation and difficulty. Although he was a fool, he wasn't completely stupid. With Lin Yi's identity, even if he was a major figure in the mountain establishment stage, there was nothing he could do about it. There was a limit to acting shamelessly. It was fine if he only wanted to steal the yuan-raising demon golden grass, but if he dared to make a move against Lin Yi, not to mention the attitude of the city lord, the academy would definitely not be able to get away with it. Qing Danzi, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, and even Ling Yuanqing would have to stand against him because of this. That would not be fun. However, he also had to get the yuan-raising demon golden grass for his son. Right now was the most critical period for Lu Xiaozhong's rise. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to break through to profound immortal in the future. This kind of thing could not be delayed. Lu Dachang couldn't help but be in a dilemma. He looked at the yuan-raising demon golden grass on the stage, then looked at the calm and composed Lin Yi, not knowing what to do. "How about this? I don't want the yuan-raising demon golden grass anymore. I'll just give it to you," Lin Yi suddenly said. Not only was Lu Dachang dumbfounded, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. He just had the upper hand, why did he give it away in the blink of an eye? Could it be that this Lin Yi was afraid of the old bastard's revenge? Really? Lu Dachang looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. "Of course. Not only can I give you the yuan-raising demon golden grass, I can also promise to personally refine it for you. As long as you bring this yuan-raising demon golden grass to me, I'll guarantee you an energy-raising pill." Lin Yi smiled. "Aw. That's great, thank you so much." Lu Dachang's expression instantly changed. If his face was too red, his change speed would be like a chameleon's. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. "Master Lin, you really are a great person. I, little Lu, admire you so much, thank you so much." "Then, Master Lin, I'll come find you in a bit." He really wasn't stupid at all. Lin Yi was the legendary Absolute Dan. Finding him to refine pills was much more reliable than finding Qing Danzi. Otherwise, why would Qing Danzi be his disciple? Although this yuan-raising demon golden grass was enough for 5 sets of materials, that was only in theory. In reality, it didn't count at all. If he went to find Qing Danzi, if he was lucky, he might be able to refine 2 pills. If he was unlucky, he might not even get one. That was too risky. But Lin Yi was different. Absolute Dan meant that the yuan-raising demon golden grass was in his hands. At that time, he would definitely be able to refine 5 energy-raising pills. Although Lin Yi only gave him 1, it was enough for him. After all, his son was only 1 level away from the original soul stage. More would be useless. On one hand, he might be wasting his money, but on the other, he would definitely get one. Even an idiot would know what to choose, and Lu Dachang wasn't an idiot. Lu Dachang ran over to Lin Yi's side, trying to curry favor with him. Everyone present, including Lin Yi, was completely dumbfounded. He'd just been calling him Grandpa Lu, but the moment he said he'd refine pills for him, he turned into Little Lu. Did he even have the moral integrity of a founding stage giant? Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing hid in a corner and looked at each other, too shocked to speak for a long while. They'd meticulously planned out such a good plan, and Lin Yi had just said a few words, and he'd just ruined it all. As for Lin Yi, he couldn't help but smile at Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Those who could become founding stage giants really weren't easy to deal with. This Lu Dachang's IQ wasn't low at all, and his vulgarity was just an act. To put it bluntly, it was just a cover for him to take advantage of others. Chapter 48-53. Lin Yi and Lu Dachang settled the rules in front of everyone. The white-bearded elder on the stage finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he was the auction host invited by the academy, he was helpless against an unreasonable scoundrel like Lu Dachang. If Lu Dachang really snatched the yuan-raising demon golden grass away, it would really be a pain in the ass. Fortunately, this young man was experienced enough to settle Lu Dachang with a few simple words. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The white-bearded elder sighed in his heart as he carefully asked Lu Dachang, "Then this yuan-raising demon golden grass belongs to you?" The price just now was 8 million spirit jades. Strictly speaking, this method still put him in a difficult position. After all, if the two of them did this, then what was the point of him being the auction host? But there was no other way, this was the best solution. This was much better than Lu Dachang snatching it away. Damn it, this brat escaped this calamity. Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing looked at each other speechlessly. The only thing that could comfort them was 8 million spirit jades. This price had already far exceeded the yuan-raising demon golden grass itself. Although they didn't manage to scam Lin Yi, they still made a huge profit, and the result was not bad. In the end, Lu Dachang's next words made their hearts tremble. This old bastard glared at them and suppressed them with the aura of a bastard. "Yes, your grandma." Master Lin backed out, "So we have to bid again. What happened before doesn't count. Don't try to bluff your Grandpa Lu." This. The white-bearded elder almost spat blood on his face. He had seen many scoundrels, but this was the first time he had seen a scoundrel to this extent. How could there be such a thing in the world? What? You have an opinion? Lu Dachang glared at him with an unfriendly expression. After all, he was an opening stage giant. This aura was really not something an ordinary person could withstand. We have to first ask the seller for his opinion." The white-bearded elder hesitated for a moment before saying. Under normal circumstances, of course they couldn't do this. Otherwise, a good auction ceremony would become a big joke. But he was, after all, an auction host that was temporarily invited. He wasn't stupid enough to offend an opening stage giant for a temporary job. Humph. Grandpa Lu will kill whoever dares to refuse. Lu Dachang fearlessly threatened the entire crowd, then squinted his eyes and asked, "Stop dilly-dallying, tell me who it is." The white-bearded old man had no choice but to quickly check the list of bidders. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and finally, he pointed at Bao Zhuliang, who was hiding in the corner. Holy shit! Bao Zhuliang's face darkened when he saw the white-bearded old man throw a hot potato onto his head. After being betrayed by the white-bearded old man, he instantly became the focus of everyone present. Now, everyone knew that he was the master of the yuan-nourishing demon golden grass. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have posted it anonymously. At this moment, Bao Zhuliang felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. Great, not only did he fail to trick Lin Yi, but he was also going to lose his life. Oh, so it's you. The corner of Lu Dachang's mouth curled up, harboring malicious intentions. Last time, his son had suffered a setback at the hands of this brat, and he had even caused a huge ruckus because of this. Who would have thought that they would meet again today? Senior Lu. Bao Zhuoyang could only bite the bullet and squeeze out an incomparably ugly smile. Since we're acquaintances, then it's easy to talk. Brat Bao, tell me what you want. Do you want Grandpa Lu to feel your pulse? Lu Duchang stared at Bao Zhuoyang and sneered. Although Bao Zhuoyang was the son of his immediate superior, he didn't care about this kind of bullshit relationship. Bao Fala had only invited him to be a guest elder because of his strength, not because of a favor. Moreover, there was no such thing as a friendship between them. Instead, there was a slight grudge because of his son. Bao Zhuoyang's scalp went numb under his stare, and his smile was even uglier than a cry. If he really let this old bastard feel his pulse, then his pulse would definitely be broken by him. This old bastard definitely didn't have any demeanor of a big shot, and he was very ruthless. Say it, stop dilly-dallying. Are you willing or not? Lu Duchang urged with a displeased expression. When Lin Yi heard this, he almost burst out laughing. If this was in the secular world, he would think that this was a wedding. Unfortunately, the people in front of him were not a man and a woman who were about to enter the marriage hall, but a red-haired old man and a hedonistic young master. Bao Zhuoyang shrunk his head and didn't know how to answer for a moment. He turned to look at Su Kushing for help, but how would a small character like Su Kushing dare to stand out against Lu Duchang? If it was his old man Bao Fala, then it might be possible, but at this moment, there were only the two of them, and Lu Duchang would definitely eat them up. Fine. In the end, Bao Zhuoyang could only grit his teeth and nod. Lu Duchang had just said that he would kill anyone who didn't agree, so how would he dare to say no? Did you hear that? Hurry up and start again. Lu Duchang urged the white-bearded old man, and didn't forget to add in the end, I'll kill anyone who dares to fight with me. Let's see who dares to go against Grandpa Lu. The faces of everyone present all darkened, and they looked at each other. Was this still a fucking auction? This was daylight robbery. Originally, when Lin Yi took the initiative to withdraw from the competition, the others still had some thoughts of going all out, but Lu Duchang's words immediately made them shrink back. Even someone with a background like Bao Zhuoyang could only obediently take a loss, and their background was not as deep as this young Master Bao's. 1 million, this grass is mine. Lu Duchang said casually. The white-bearded old man looked around the crowd, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After waiting for a long time, no one dared to bid, and finally, he could only settle this farce and say, 1 million, deal. Lu Duchang laughed proudly, but Bao Zhuoyang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What did it mean to go for wool and come home shorn? What did it mean to lose one's wife and one's soldiers? This was a fucking living portrayal of his current situation. Hee, such a good stock of yuan-raising demon golden grass was auctioned off at the base price, this time he really suffered a big loss. Lin Yi smiled and glanced at the aggrieved Bao Zhuoyang. Yuan-raising demon golden grass was a type of natural treasure, and the rarer it was, the more expensive it was. Normally, there was no clear price, and it could only be seen in large-scale auctions. Every time, the price depended on how many people fought for it, but no matter what, 1 million spirit jade was definitely a loss. In the past, even if the price wasn't raised to 8 million spirit jade, it definitely wouldn't be lower than 2 or 3 million spirit jade. Just like Bao Zhuoyang this time, he was forced to close the deal at the base price, and it was basically half sold and half given away. Chapter 48-54. Oh. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although Bao Zhuoyang was a second-generation cultivator, he didn't take it to heart. After all, with Wang Xinyan's beauty, it would be strange if no one pursued her. Even if Bao Zhuoyang didn't exist, there would be Zhu Wuliang and Ma Wuliang. Sister Xinyan is right. This Bao Wuliang is not a good person. He often harasses the female students in the academy. I heard that one of them was forced into a corner by him and committed suicide. It's just that his father's background is too powerful, so no one dares to speak up. Huang Xiaotao was also filled with righteous indignation. There's such a thing. No wonder you guys call him Bao Wuliang. You're right. He deserves it. Lin Yi frowned. If it was just a normal spoiled brat, he wouldn't care. However, he couldn't just ignore a scumbag who had no regard for human life, especially one who had designs on Wang Xinyan. However, this was Morning Star City, and Bao Wuliang was the son of City Lord Bao Farah. Even if Lin Yi wanted to take care of him, it wouldn't be easy. He needed the right opportunity. Actually, I feel that there's something fishy about today's incident. Bao Wuliang doesn't lack spiritual jades. Even if he doesn't need such a rare treasure like the yuan-raising demon golden grass, he wouldn't just take it out to auction it, right? Wang Xinyan said thoughtfully. Yes, he even tried to use it to trick Sister Xinyan into becoming his cultivation partner. Although he was chased away on the spot, he wouldn't sell it just like that, right? Huang Xiaotao shook her head. This thing was a fatal temptation to any original soul stage cultivator. With Bao Wuliang's womanizing personality, even if he lost to Wang Xinyan, he would definitely use it on other female students. How could he be willing to auction it? Was it really for the spiritual jades? The son of the city lord of Morning Star City would actually sell such a treasure for some spiritual jades. Was that even possible? Hearing this, Lin Yi also came to a realization. When he thought about how this guy seemed to be staring at him throughout the entire auction, he suddenly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. It would be understandable if he was staring at Wang Xinyan, but if he was staring at him, this was a big problem. Could it be that this fellow was coming for him? The thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. They didn't know each other, but it wasn't impossible for them to be enemies because of Wang Xinyan. Especially with the sudden appearance of Lu Dachang, a mountain-opening stage powerhouse, it wouldn't make sense to say that there wasn't something going on behind the scenes. Looks like I really have to pay more attention to this guy in the future. Lin Yi gave Bao Wuliang a meaningful look. Although it was just a speculation, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Moreover, his intuition had always been very accurate. After Lu Dachang's farce, the rest of the auction was much calmer than before. Even if the other bidders didn't lose interest in the least, the absence of Lin Yi's participation and Lu Dachang's absence made it hard for the crowd to keep their spirits up. And Lin Yi didn't bid anymore. It wasn't that there weren't any good things, but they were all treasures and tools that were suitable for original soul stage cultivators. Lin Yi didn't really care about them. To him, if he really wanted to get some support tools, it had to be something that could at least deal with mysterious ascending stage cultivators. He didn't even need to look at the others. So from the beginning to the end, Lin Yi only flapped a pair of ghost-eyed eagle king wings. After that, other than the disturbance caused by the yuan-raising demon golden grass, he just stood there and watched. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were even more straightforward than him. They just stood there and watched the show. This was actually very normal. All their cultivation resources were personally prepared by the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. They didn't need to worry about it at all. Also, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea emphasized on cultivating the mind and self-improvement. Therefore, other than the necessary support tools for breakthroughs, they rarely relied on external items. After the auction ended, Lin Yi didn't go to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he accompanied Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao back to the Morning Star Academy. He was now living in the East Sea Pavilion, and this was personally requested by the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Of course, he couldn't ask for more. However, before they could walk out of the first floor of the Morning Star Academy, Lu Dachang had already caught up with them. He couldn't wait to hand over the yuan-raising demon golden grass to Lin Yi. After that, he complimented Lin Yi again and again. Only then did he leave with a satisfied smile. This guy is so unreasonable and shameless. He's clearly an opening stage powerhouse, but his every move has the temperament and slyness of a nobody. He's quite an interesting person. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as he looked at Lu Dachang's back. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao covered their mouths and laughed. Only Lin Yi could deal with this kind of shameless powerhouse with a few words. If it were anyone else, it would be a headache. Bao Wuliang was a living example. The three of them returned to the East Sea Pavilion. After dinner, the two girls followed the godly nun of the East Sea to their evening classes. 2 classes in the morning and 1 in the evening were common practice. Lin Yi also returned to his room, but he didn't cultivate. Instead, he took out the ghost-eyed eagle king's wings that he'd bought during the day. "Senior, why did you ask me to buy this thing?" Lin Yi thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. He could only ask the ghost-eyed thing for advice. Hee, aren't your eyes pretty good? Even you can't figure it out. The ghost-eyed thing kept Lin Yi in suspense. I really can't figure it out. It's useless for refining pills, and it's not even good for forging weapons. It looks like it can only be used as an exhibition item. Lin Yi shook his head. Exhibition item. The ghost-eyed eagle king is a super-enhanced version of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Even the ghost-eyed golden eagle has a body full of treasures. Do you really think the wings of the ghost-eyed eagle king are useless as an exhibition item? I can only give you 4 words. You're really blind. The ghost-eyed thing didn't hold back at all. That's 4 words. Lin Yi was speechless. Kid, do you know what kind of existence the ghost-eyed eagle king is? The ghost-eyed thing asked. Could it be the king of the ghost-eyed golden eagles? Lin Yi guessed based on the name. After all, the ghost-eyed thing had just said that it was a super-enhanced version of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Wrong. The ghost-eyed eagle king isn't just the king of the ghost-eyed golden eagles. It's the king of all eagles. Eagles have always been the king of birds, so it's not an exaggeration to call it the king of flying spiritual beasts. The ghost-eyed thing explained. So fierce. Then what's the vermilion bird? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. He always thought that if there was a king of flying spiritual beasts, the vermilion bird would definitely be the winner. Chapter 48-55. There's such a thing. Lin Yi curled his lips in surprise. Throughout the history of the flying spirit beasts, only the ghost-eyed eagle king is worthy of being the royal family. However, because of the birth of the king of the spirit beasts, the ghost-eyed eagle king didn't choose to surrender immediately, so it suffered a disaster. Although it wasn't completely exterminated in the end, the stronger ghost-eyed eagle kings were all killed and injured. Only the old and the sick were left. The ghostly thing's tone was a bit sad. What about now? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Now? The ghost-eyed eagle king clan has completely declined. There aren't many pure-blooded ghost-eyed eagle kings left in the entire spiritual beast clan. The ghost-eyed eagle kings that can be seen now are mostly hybrids between the old, weak, sick, and some ghost-eyed golden eagles. Their strength can't be mentioned in the same breath as the original ghost-eyed eagle kings that could dominate an area. The ghost creature curled its lips. If that's the case, then wouldn't the value of the ghost-eyed eagle king's wings drop a lot? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Nonsense. If it's a pure-blooded adult ghost-eyed eagle king, its strength would be at least at the earth opening stage. It might even be stronger. It could even compete for the position of the 4 great elders. Who do you think can get their wings? The ghostly thing was immediately amused by Lin Yi's wild imagination. That's strong. Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. If it really was an existence of that level, this pair of wings might not even be bought with 30 million spirit jades, let alone 300,000 spirit jades. But these impure ones are much weaker. No matter what, they are still one of the few royal families in the spirit beast clan. At least they used to be royal families, and their numbers are extremely small. To be able to pick this up in this kind of auction, your luck is really indescribable. The ghostly thing couldn't help but sigh. That's because everyone doesn't know. Senior, quickly tell me, what is the use of these wings? Lin Yi asked impatiently. The introduction just now had completely aroused his curiosity. Since the ghost-eyed Eagle King had such a great background, he could really look forward to its use. According to the rules of the spirit beasts, I can't tell a human like you about this, the ghostly thing replied after a brief silence. Why? Lin Yi was stunned. The reason is very simple. There are only a few royal families in the spiritual beast clan. Although they are not like the spiritual beast king who commands all the other spiritual beasts, they still rule over a region. In the words of you humans, they are kings with different surnames. In order to protect them, any information that might harm them is top secret, especially this kind of information that involves their lives. Once the news gets out, I reckon that you human cultivators will start hunting the ghost-eyed Eagle King wantonly, the ghostly thing said solemnly. That's true. Lin Yi deeply agreed with this. Currently, no one knew what the ghost-eyed Eagle King's wings were used for. They thought that they could only be used as decorations, so they could not be bothered to specifically hunt and kill them. At most, they would accidentally kill a few. However, once they knew that this thing was very useful, the situation would be very different. Not to mention that the ghost-eyed Eagle King had long since declined, even when they were at their peak, they could only accept death when faced with endless human experts. Unless they escaped to their base camp in the South Continent and never came out, they would be exterminated at any time. These royal families are the backbone of the various branches of the spiritual beast clan. If something happens to them, the spiritual beast clan will definitely suffer a great loss, so this is top secret. The ghostly thing paused, then suddenly changed its tone and said, however, the ghost-eyed Eagle King is at most a fake royal family. Now that all the flying spiritual beasts follow the vermilion bird, it doesn't matter if they are exterminated or not. Who knows, the vermilion bird might even be happy. Lin Yi was speechless when he heard this. After the ghostly thing had said so much, he thought that it would be very principled to keep the secret. It turned out that in the end, it was still prepared to sell the ghost-eyed Eagle King's clan. Its moral integrity was shattered to the ground. We advance and retreat together. You can't be considered an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you this as long as you don't spread it around. Otherwise, it will make it seem like I sold the ghost-eyed Eagle King. Who knows, I might feel guilty. The ghostly thing continued. If you really felt guilty, you wouldn't have said so much. Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say, my mouth has always been very tight. It's not like you don't know, senior. Just say it quickly. Hee, do you want to be a birdman? The ghostly thing did not answer and asked instead. Birdman? What do you mean? Lin Yi was stunned again. He looked at the ghost-eyed Eagle King's wings in his hand before he reacted. Senior, you can't be thinking of making me carry this thing on my back, right? That style is too flashy, but can it fly? Thinking of this, Lin Yi's heart was burning. Flying was definitely the dream of all humans, and it was a fantasy that was difficult to reach. Even with Lin Yi's powerful strength in the late nascent soul stage, it could only be a dream. At most, he could use the true energy jet to glide a certain distance. That was not called flying at all, it was simply throwing himself out, nothing more. Of course not. The ghostly thing's answer made Lin Yi's heart cold, but then his eyes lit up. But it can increase your speed by a lot. Really? Lin Yi's spirit was lifted. Ever since he developed the Super Butterfly Micro Step and the Super Extreme Butterfly Micro Step, he was very satisfied with his speed. But last time, he was chased by the Shishan powerhouse, which suddenly made him feel a sense of crisis. The Shishan powerhouse was just a mysterious ascension late stage, and he already couldn't get rid of him. If he encountered a powerhouse of the mountain opening stage like the Shishan Old Master, wouldn't he still be crushed to death in minutes? What was the difference from the original? Lin Yi's speed was already fast. If he could be faster, he might even be able to survive under the hands of the powerhouses of the mountain opening stage. That was really a heaven-defying speed. Lin Yi couldn't wait to put on the ghost-eyed Eagle King's wings, but when he carried them on his back, there was no effect at all. Instead, his speed was slowed down a lot because of the increased resistance. Wasn't this a trap? The ghostly thing watched with interest for a long time until Lin Yi found out that something was wrong. Finally, it said faintly, "Who told you that this thing is useful to carry on your back?" If it was so simple, then wouldn't it be a fart secret if everyone knew about it? Ah! Lin Yi suddenly blushed. Chapter 48-56. Ghostly Speed Wings. Isn't that a divine tool for escaping? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. That's right. I was only able to preserve my life because you ran fast. Last time, a mere West Mountain powerhouse was able to put you in such a difficult position. You're simply too weak. The ghostly thing's tone had already become that of a native of the secular world. All right. Lin Yi sweated and hurriedly asked, "Then how do I refine the ghostly speed wings?" The ghost-eyed Condor King wing is the main ingredient. The other 6 supplementary ingredients are not easy to find, but with your resources, it shouldn't be too difficult. Only the ghost-eyed cicada wing will require some luck, the ghostly thing said after some thought. Ghostly cicada wing. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He had heard the King of Rags mention it when he was chatting with him in the past. He could not help but ask, is it the so-called lightest and thinnest invisible cicada wing in the world? That's right. This is the second most important material for the ghostly speed wings. If you can't fuse with its properties, the ghost-eyed Eagle King wing will only be a burden. It'll be wishful thinking to increase your speed, the ghostly thing confirmed. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly and silently committed the 6 materials to memory. He stowed away the ghost-eyed Eagle King's wings and began to cultivate. Only when the sun rose did he emerge from his room. As usual, he ate breakfast with the divine nun of the East Sea and the 2 girls before returning to the Hong Merchants Association alone. "Vice Chairman, you're back." Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan came to welcome him from afar. After experiencing this revival, the 2 of them were already full of admiration for Lin Yi. They were just short of making him an immortal tablet and worshipping him every day. "How is it? How's business these 2 days?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. The answer was obvious. The auction was not over yet, and there were still a series of activities to follow. Under such circumstances, the Hong Merchant Association was almost bursting with people. It was even more crowded than the first pavilion of Morningstar City. After experiencing this revival, the Hong Merchant Association had undoubtedly become the #1 merchant association in the hearts of the citizens of Morningstar City. Naturally, business was booming. It's so good that it's hard to imagine. Yesterday's turnover was at least equivalent to the past 5 days. Moreover, the Academy also sent in a large batch of orders. Old Chui and I will be very busy from now on. Honest Chai chuckled. That's a good thing. You 2 go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Lin Yi nodded his head, and took out 2 sheets of paper and passed it to Honest Chai. "Find an assistant to take a look, and try to gather as many ingredients as possible for me." Of these 2 lists, one was the supplementary materials for refining the Vitality Cultivating Pill, and the other was the 6 materials for the ghostly speed wings that the ghostly thing had told him last night. All right. Honest Chai took the list and looked through it. He didn't let his assistant do it, but personally went to gather the ingredients for Lin Yi. He only had what he had today because of Lin Yi, so serving Lin Yi was his #1 priority. Everything else had to be pushed aside. About half an incense's time later, Honest Chai returned with 2 assistants, each carrying a box. Vice President, the other ingredients have been prepared, except for the ghost cicada wings. Should I go out and ask around? Honest Chai asked carefully. There's no rush. Go do what you need to do, and help me keep an eye on it if there's a chance in the future. Lin Yi shook his head. This was within his expectations. The ghostly thing had said that the ghost cicada wings weren't easy to find, and Mo Wuji wasn't in a hurry to refine the ghostly speed wings. After all, he could only ask the King of Junk for help when he returned to the Northern Island. He didn't have much confidence in his smithing skills. Oh, that's good. Honest Chai nodded his head. He was currently extremely busy, and if he were to go around asking around for Lin Yi's matter, even if he was willing, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Yi took the box from the assistant's hands and inspected the ingredients. Honest Chai had indeed put in a lot of effort. These were all high-quality ingredients. Even if they weren't the main ingredients, if the supplementary ingredients were too inferior, it would affect both alchemy and smithing and vice versa. Honest Chai had already turned around and walked out of the room, but after a while, he suddenly turned back and patted his head with a sheepish smile. Vice President, look at my bad memory. I've been so busy that I almost forgot about such an important matter. What is it? Lin Yi was astonished. It's about the letter you wrote to the Northern Island. I received a reply today. Honest Chai said as he took out a big sealed envelope. The inside was bulging, and judging from the bulging shape, other than the letter, there should be something else stuffed inside. Oh. So fast. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised. Even if he borrowed the transportation company's specialized flying spirit beasts, he thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the Northern Island. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Only a few days had passed. Actually, this is very normal. The transportation company's tamed flying spirit beasts are existences with extreme speed. They are several times faster than ordinary flying spirit beasts. Furthermore, I've specially marked it as urgent, so this speed is within my expectations. Honest Chai smiled. Another reason was that they were able to get a reply so quickly. In addition to the high efficiency of the transportation company, Han Jingjing replied on the spot after receiving the letter. Otherwise, if she had delayed the reply for a few days, it would have been useless no matter how efficient the transportation company was. After Lin Yi received the envelope, Honest Chai immediately retreated out of the room and closed the door behind him. Lin Yi excitedly opened the envelope. Inside was a small stack of paper, and there was actually something similar to a wireless camera and a probe. However, the components were much more complicated than usual. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Yi unfolded the letter and discovered that it wasn't only Han Jingjing's reply, but also Shanghai Laner's. He couldn't help but smile. Shengguan Laner was purely here to join in the fun. Although she had written a lot of nonsense, in fact, none of it was important. Moreover, this girl's train of thought was the kind that broke through the sky. She was talking bad about her grandfather in one sentence, and in the next sentence, she was comparing her chest size with Han Jingjing. Fortunately, she was not born in the secular world. Otherwise, with her writing level, she would definitely get a 0. In contrast, Han Jingjing's reply was much more organized. First, she talked about her encounter after arriving at the Northern Island. Because of Shanghai Laner's existence, she naturally wouldn't encounter any trouble. Moreover, she moved into Hualan residence, so Lin Yi didn't have to worry about her being harassed. Chapter 48-57. After introducing the new life in the North Island, Han Jingjing began to answer Lin Yi's question, but she did not answer it directly. In fact, as Lin Yi expected, she could not answer it directly at all. It was difficult for others to answer Qing Danzi's question except for the legendary profound stage alchemist. However, Han Jingjing was indeed a genius in science. Although she couldn't give a direct answer, she came up with a unique solution. It was the set of wireless cameras and probes that had been sent over. Its full name was Alchemy Artifact Peripherals. In fact, it was a coincidence for Lin Yi. Since the last time she upgraded Lin Yi's magical pesticide cauldron, Han Jingjing had the idea of making an auxiliary peripheral, but at that time she had been with Lin Yi and had no time. After arriving at the North Island, she took the time to make it, and this time it came in handy. Although this alchemy artifact peripherals looked very delicate and complicated, it was actually very simple to use. It could be connected to the tablet computer on the magical pesticide cauldron through Bluetooth, and then a series of idiot-like operations followed. After installing its attached program, it only needed to install the probe on the corresponding alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace could be either the magical pesticide cauldron or other alchemy furnaces. Then this group of alchemy artifact peripherals could transmit all the alchemy information it monitored to the tablet computer. Through its own program, it could conduct an all-round analysis, so that it could know the defects and causes of failure in the alchemy process. The whole principle was very simple. It was to monitor and analyze, so that it could better assist alchemy. Han Jingjing downplayed the design process in the letter, but Lin Yi was shocked by her again. This was a small matter for Han Jingjing, but for others, it was simply a dream. Of course, in addition to Han Jingjing's genius, being able to make this alchemy artifact peripheral was also largely due to the existence of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, if she couldn't get these sophisticated electronic components, no matter how awesome Han Jingjing's idea was, it would be useless. After reading the letter, Lin Yi couldn't help but be overjoyed. After all, Qing Danzi had been delaying for several days without any response. If he continued to delay like this, not to mention whether or not Qing Danzi would have any objections, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to live with himself. In any case, Qing Danzi had already become his apprentice. Although the situation was special, he couldn't lead him astray. After exiting the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi immediately went straight to the Morning Star Academy's Qingdan Pavilion. As expected, Qing Danzi had long been waiting there with his head raised in anticipation. Because he had just entered the academy, he did not dare to rush Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to ask all sorts of questions. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Qing Danzi was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes and greeted him with a pair of big bare feet. His attitude was respectful as a disciple. Disciple Qing Danzi pays respect to master. To be honest, facing Qing Danzi, Lin Yi still felt a little unreal. He suddenly accepted a 7th grade alchemy master as his apprentice. Who would believe this? However, Qing Danzi was now kneeling respectfully in front of him. No matter how unreal it was still a fact. Lin Yi said directly, "Take me to the alchemy room, let me see how you do alchemy." Ah. Yes. Qing Danzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly led the way to the alchemy room. Generally speaking, when an alchemy master was refining alchemy, they would rarely allow outsiders to be present. Firstly, they were afraid of being disturbed and affected, and secondly, they needed to keep it a secret. However, Qing Danzi obviously did not have this idea in front of Lin Yi. He was eager for Lin Yi to find out what was wrong with him. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lin Yi had observed a 7th grade alchemy master refining alchemy at such a close distance. Before he helped Qing Danzi find out the problem, the one who really benefited was his cheap master. This kind of close observation was of great benefit to him. Even if he had the divine armament cauldron, enhancing his own alchemy ability was not a bad thing. Before Qing Danzi officially began, Lin Yi stepped forward and inserted the probe into his alchemy furnace. Qing Danzi was confused. As the Academy's chief alchemist, he had never seen such a thing before. However, since Lin Yi didn't say anything, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, every high-grade alchemist had their own unique tricks. In his eyes, Lin Yi's action could be described as unfathomable. He thought that it was a special method of a mysterious great alchemist, but he didn't understand it. When everything was ready, Qing Danzi suddenly froze. After a long time, he scratched his head and said weakly, "Master, what kind of pill are we going to refine?" "Any pill is fine, as long as it's a 7th grade alchemy master. It's fine as long as it's a 7th grade alchemy master," Lin Yi said indifferently. "Oh, then this disciple will refine a 7th grade Great Recover pill." Qing Danzi immediately took out the corresponding materials from the spirit medicine storage next to him and began to refine the pill in front of Lin Yi. The whole process was very calm, from beginning to end. It was very smooth, giving people the feeling that he was completely at ease. It could be seen that the Academy's chief alchemist was not called for nothing. Qing Danzi really had the strength and confidence to do so. However, at the last moment, when the furnace was about to be opened, a low muffled sound suddenly came from the alchemy furnace. Qing Danzi's face changed. When he opened the alchemy furnace, it was already charred black. This time, the alchemy was a complete failure. Was it always like this before? Lin Yi asked with a frown. Not really. This situation will happen 3 or 4 times out of 10, and the rest of the time is very normal. This disciple can't figure it out no matter how hard he tries. "Master, what did you see?" Qing Danzi said with a bitter face. If it was a failure every time, then it would be fine. After exploring for a long time, he would eventually be able to find something. But this time, it just didn't work. This was because 6 or 7 out of 10 times would be successful, which meant that there was no problem with the alchemy technique he had mastered. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a success rate. But what about the remaining 3 or 4 times? If everyone had this problem, then it would be fine. At least it could be understood as a natural and unavoidable mistake in alchemy. But Lin Yi's absolute success rate was right in front of them. If they continued to think that way, then it would be purely deceiving themselves. "I still need to think about this carefully. I'll tell you later." Lin Yi put away the wireless probe and was sent out by Qing Danzi respectfully. However, he didn't go to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he went to the nearby Donghai Pavilion. At this time, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were still doing their morning classes. Lin Yi went straight to his room and turned on the tablet on top of the pesticide cauldron. Qing Danzi's alchemy curve and various real-time parameters quickly appeared in front of him. Chapter 48-58. By the way, if there's a comparison, it should be more intuitive. Lin Yi patted his head. It just so happened that he also wanted to refine the vitality enhancement pill, and all the materials were ready, so he did not hesitate to start refining the pill. After the last upgrade, the sacred pesticide cauldron could refine a 7th grade elixir, especially this vitality enhancement pill, which was not difficult to refine among the 7th grade elixirs. 2 hours later, the vitality enhancement pill was fresh out of the cauldron. Lin Yi thought that it would be good if he could refine 5. After all, the Yuan cultivation demon golden grass was estimated to be enough for 5 portions, and this was his first time refining the vitality enhancement pill. However, the final result almost shocked Lin Yi. There were 10 more vitality enhancement pills in the sacred pesticide cauldron, a total of 10, and all of them were of high quality. This wasn't just a 100% success rate, it was a 100% success rate. Fortunately, it was only Lin Yi alone. If Qing Danzi, his disciple, had seen it, his eyes would have probably fallen to the ground, and his worldview and outlook on life would have been completely subverted. However, Lin Yi had long been accustomed to this kind of surprise. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly calmed down. Because of the existence of the sacred pesticide cauldron, plus the Yuan cultivation demon golden grass and a number of auxiliary materials of high quality, plus good luck, although the overproduction was unexpected, in fact, it was still reasonable. After putting away the 10 vitality enhancement pills, Lin Yi quickly returned his attention to the tablet computer. This surprise was not enough to make him forget about Qing Danzi. After getting the monitoring and analysis results of his refining of the vitality enhancement pill and comparing them with Qing Danzi, Lin Yi could not help but frown again. Although it came from the same software, the two curves and parameters were completely different, and there was no similarity at all. Is it because of the different elixirs? One is the recover pill, and the other is the vitality enhancement pill. The refining process of the two is very different. It is a little difficult to find the source of the problem through this comparison. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and immediately stopped thinking about it. If he wanted a more intuitive and reliable comparison, he could refine a recover pill himself. When the analysis results of Lin Yi's refining recover pill came out, and compared with the analysis results of Qing Danzi, it was really clear at a glance. Both were concocting the 7th rank Great Restore pill, and the curves between the two were almost the same. This was expected, but there were still many differences. The most obvious one was the curve of concocting the pill. One was smooth and flawless, and could be called perfect, while the other was full of ups and downs. But that in and of itself didn't explain the problem. Lin Yi had the armament cauldron, and other than the qi transfer, everything else was controlled by a computer. Naturally, the process was perfect. On the other hand, Qing Danzi had to control it all by himself. No matter how experienced he was, he couldn't control it as perfectly as a computer. It wasn't something that could be forced. Qing Danzi always fails in pill concoction. Could this be the reason? Lin Yi pinched his chin, but then overturned his own thoughts. It shouldn't be, although many of the 7th grade alchemists have problems with Qing Danzi, but not all of them are like this. If this is the reason, then it has become the limit that all alchemists can't overcome. Indeed, the human brain was not a computer after all. A computer could almost perfectly control the refining curve, but those alchemists who rely purely on experience could not do it, even the legendary mysterious rank alchemists. Lin Yi stared at the two alchemy curves and various parameters, and after half an hour, he finally saw something. In addition to the difference in smoothness of the two curves, there was actually a subtle difference. If it was not very careful, even Lin Yi would not be able to notice it at once. The difference was that Lin Yi's refinement curve was smooth from start to finish, with no gaps in between. Qing Danzi's refinement, on the other hand, was different. It looked like a continuous curve at first glance, but if you looked at it 10 times more, you'd see that there would be a gap in between every few changes in the heat. The gap was extremely small, so small that it could be ignored, but they did exist, especially before every change in the fire temperature without exception. It wasn't hard to understand, actually. Qing Danzi didn't have the cauldron like Lin Yi did, and he had to control everything with his own hands during the process. Every change in the heat involved a series of adjustments, and one wrong step would lead to a series of mistakes. That was why there was a pause in the process. Based on this speculation, Lin Yi compared their respective alchemy parameters, and sure enough, every parameter difference between himself and Qing Danzi appeared after these pauses, sometimes floating up, sometimes floating down. The range was subtle, but it did exist. Strictly speaking, this difference in itself did not necessarily lead to the failure of alchemy, because these parameters were very likely to offset each other after fluctuating up and down, so in the end there was still a great chance of success. But if luck was bad, these subtle differences did not offset each other, but continued to superimpose up or down. To a certain extent, it would really be offline. There was no doubt that this was the root of Qing Danzi's problem. He had mastered enough alchemy skills, but because of this small habit, the final result of the alchemy was left to luck. As long as his luck was not too bad, there would be no problem, but once his luck was bad, all his efforts would be in vain. Lin Yi immediately went to Qingdan Pavilion, and directly said to Qingdanzi, "I probably know what your problem is." "Really?" "Master, tell me quickly." Qingdanzi was suddenly surprised and happy. "I noticed that when you were alchemy, you had a not very good little habit, which you may not even have noticed yourself. That is, every time before controlling the fire temperature, you would unconsciously pause to accumulate power. If you can overcome this habit, the whole alchemy process will become more complete and coherent. I believe that whether or not the alchemy will not depend on luck," Lin Yi suggested. "Little habit. Pause to accumulate power." When Qingdanzi heard this, he could not help but frown and fall into deep thought. Indeed, as Lin Yi said, even he himself did not notice this, because this little habit had gradually developed since he began learning alchemy at the age of 10, almost becoming a natural instinct. He himself was not aware of it at all. "Yes, you should refine the recover pill again, pay attention to it," Lin Yi said. Chapter 48-59. His talent in alchemy was far above the average alchemist. As long as Lin Yi gave him a few pointers, he would immediately be enlightened. In Qingdanzi's heart, Lin Yi was already a mystic-level alchemist that could definitely form a complete pill. Now that he had given him a few pointers, his respect for him grew even more. Lin Yi only watched him refine pills once and he was able to hit the nail on the head. Where else could he find such a brilliant master? Qingdanzi was ecstatic to finally discover his problem. Although this habit was hard to change, as long as he could find the root of the problem, he would be able to find a solution. After thanking Lin Yi again and again, Qingdanzi immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Looking at his crazed expression, it seemed like he would not come out until this problem was solved. Coming out from Qingdan House, Lin Yi went to the Hong merchant house and asked Honest Chai to find someone to inform Lu Dachang to come and collect the essence cultivating pill. This scoundrel was indeed very concerned about his son's matter, appearing in front of Lin Yi in just half an incense's time. Receiving the essence cultivating pill from Lin Yi's hands, Lu Dachang was instantly overjoyed and said gratefully, "Master Lin's absolute pill is indeed worthy of your reputation. Little Lu, am really grateful to you." "Don't mention it, Senior Lu is too courteous. Since I received your yuan-raising demon golden grass, I naturally have to give you the essence cultivating pill. It's fair and reasonable." Lin Yi shook his head with a faint smile. I, Little Lu, know the rules. A mere yuan-raising demon golden grass can be exchanged for a ready-made essence cultivating pill, and it's even of high quality. I'm definitely taking advantage of you." Lu Dachang did not put on any airs in front of Lin Yi. This kind of opening realm alchemist was truly a rare prodigy. Same to you." Lin Yi's advantage was much greater than his opponent's. Lu Dachang only got one essence cultivating pill, while he had 9 left. "Oh right, Master Lin, are you preparing to become an alchemist?" Lu Dachang suddenly asked. "Yes, that's what I plan to do." Lin Yi was slightly stunned and nodded. There was nothing to deny about this. After all, anyone could guess it. "That's great. Lu also wants to go on the path of a giant. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Lin to take care of me," Lu Dachang said with a smile. "Little Lu." Lin Yi was stunned again. "Yes, Little Lu's son, isn't he Little Lu?" Lu Dachang nodded repeatedly. Lin Yi was speechless for a while. The thought process of this scoundrel giant was really not something an ordinary person could understand. Seeing the other's face full of anticipation, he could only nod and say, "If there's a chance, I will." Thank you so much." Lu Dachang was once again deeply grateful. A dignified mountain opening stage powerhouse was actually flattering a late nascent soul stage powerhouse. In this world, perhaps only he would do such a thing. What made people speechless was that this fellow still acted as if it was a matter of course. He didn't seem forced at all. After sending Lu Dachang, this scoundrel giant, away, Lin Yi returned to the East Sea Pavilion of the Morning Star Academy. At this time, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were looking for him everywhere. "Where did you go?" The two girls saw Lin Yi and immediately greeted him happily. "I went to the Hong Chamber of Commerce to help Qin Danzi solve a small problem." Lin Yi smiled and said. "Oh right, where are we going to play today?" Huang Xiaotao asked. Apart from the morning and evening classes, the three of them would stick together and play everywhere. It had already become the main theme these days. "Let's not play today. The three of us have important matters to attend to." Lin Yi smiled and kept them in suspense. He brought the two girls to his room and said, "I have already refined the vitality-raising pill. There are a total of 10 pills. I gave one to Lu Dachang, so I still have 9 left." 10. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao exclaimed at the same time. They knew that there were at most 5 portions of the vitality-raising demon golden grass. Even if it was an absolute pill, it would not be so exaggerated. This was double the amount. Hee, I can only say that my luck is not bad this time. Lin Yi smiled unconcernedly. He then said seriously, "The path to becoming a magnate in 3 months, all 3 of us will be participating. So these 9 vitality-raising pills are like charcoal in snowy weather. They came at the right time." Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other. Lin Yi had already mentioned this at the auction. They believed that Lin Yi had the ability to do this, but they hadn't thought about the difficulty of it. They only knew that it would be heaven-defying. But now that there were 9 vitality-raising pills, the difficulty had dropped a lot. After all, 1 pill could directly increase one's strength by 1 level. "I've calculated it. In theory, only 6 essence-nourishing pills are needed to push a master at the early stage of nascent soul to the perfected level. If we include the possibility of resistance, 7 essence-nourishing pills should be enough. After all, these are all high-quality pills. The effect shouldn't be a problem." Lin Yi analyzed to the 2 girls. Yes. The 2 nodded. Lin Yi had the most say in this matter. He was the most experienced alchemist. Even amateurs like Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao had heard of the pill's effects. It was rare for there to be a resistance to the pill, which meant that the effects wouldn't drop all of a sudden, even if it was used continuously. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so obsessed with it. So as long as Xiaotao can condense her nascent soul as soon as possible, she can easily reach full-stage nascent soul with these 7 vitality-raising pills. She just needs to consolidate her strength after that. Lin Yi paused for a moment before turning to Xinyan. "As for the other 2 pills, I'll give them to you, Xinyan. You look like you're on the verge of breaking through, aren't you?" "That's right. If I meditate, I should be able to break through in 10 days. Wang Xinyan nodded. She was now in the middle stage of nascent soul. After breaking through, she would be at the peak of nascent soul, 1 step closer to full-stage nascent soul. That's perfect. After you break through, take these 2 vitality-raising pills and you'll be able to reach the peak of nascent soul. There's still 3 months left. With your spongy body, you still have a chance of breaking through." Lin Yi couldn't help but be excited. Xinyan hesitated. "Actually, Master's already prepared a special training for me, and he's prepared a bunch of resources for me. Even without these pills, I'd still have a chance of breaking through to nascent soul perfection in 3 months. Maybe you should keep it for now." Chapter 4860. Now, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea was finally getting serious. Once she forced out the limits of her spongy body, it would be unimaginable. In comparison, it would be more difficult for Lin Yi to reach great perfection in such a short amount of time. After all, he was only at late nascent soul right now. If he did not rely on soul-nourishing pills, he would have to break through 2 levels, which was completely unrealistic. Hee, have you forgotten what we do in the secular world? Lin Yi's lips curled. You mean? Wang Xinyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Her long eyelashes trembled, and only then did she blush slightly. You, hold me and cultivate. That's right. Lin Yi nodded. His strength could increase rapidly if he cultivated with Wang Xinyan. Coupled with his already heaven-defying rate of cultivation, breaking through 2 levels in 3 months was not a dream at all. It was completely possible. Oh, all right. Wang Xinyan nodded quietly with a blushing face. She could not help but feel a little eager inside. To be honest, she rather missed the feeling of cultivating with Lin Yi. Unfortunately, she was so far away from Lin Yi that they could only meet in dreams. Now that she finally had the chance to relive it, she obviously would not turn it down. She could not even wait to feel the sweetness of it. If you and I cultivate together, and we have 2 soul-nourishing pills in reserve, we have at least a 90% chance of reaching great perfection in 3 months. Let's just wait for the day when we become giants together. Lin Yi smiled confidently. It was all thanks to Wang Xinyan's presence. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be so confident. He might even have to think of a way to get a few more chi fostering pills. When she heard about cultivating together, Wang Xiaodao's eyes could not help but light up. It was just a pity that she did not have a spongy body like Wang Xinyan, and her strength was far too lacking compared to Lin Yi's right now, so she could only think about it. After settling Wang Xinyan down, Lin Yi turned to Huang Xiaotao and said, As for you, let's put the 7 soul-nourishing pills aside for now. I'll help you reach great perfection of golden core first. Oh. Huang Xiaotao responded subconsciously. After a while, her face suddenly turned red and she said, That means I have to take off my clothes. She had experienced this kind of thing once. When she was in the North Island, it was Lin Yi who personally raised her strength to the peak of foundation establishment, and then she could try for the perfect gold elixir. This was the second time, so she was familiar with it. But Huang Xiaotao was still too shy to raise her head. She was just envious that Xinyan could train with Lin Yi, and didn't think that she'd be the one to take off her clothes first. Her face was so red that it looked like it was going to drip blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he had important matters to attend to, Lin Yi would have done the 2 girls right there and then. After all, their expressions and demeanor were too alluring, and even with Lin Yi's self-control, he couldn't handle it. Especially when Huang Xiaotao took off her clothes one by one in front of him, until she was completely naked. Lin Yi almost vomited blood when he saw that. In the end, Lin Yi spent a lot of perseverance to calm his breathing. According to his previous plan, he raised Huang Xiaodao's strength to the peak of gold elixir realm. Directly raising people's strength was still applicable to Lin Yi in the heavenly Dao realm, but he didn't want to reveal it easily, unless it was a special situation. If it was an ordinary follower, even if their strength was temporarily low, Lin Yi wouldn't directly raise their strength. After all, it was easy to become dependent on them. Even if they were in the same realm, if they really fought, they would definitely rely on themselves to break through and become stronger. At most, Lin Yi would provide them with elixirs. Huang Xiaotao and Shanghai Laner were exceptions. Back in the North Island, he raised her strength because the inter-sect competition was imminent. Not only did he have to face Su Lingchong and company, but he also had to deal with the rules of the duo challenge. Lin Yi needed Huang Xiaotao to quickly attain the perfect gold elixir realm and join forces with him to fight the enemy, so he had no other choice. As for Shanghai Laner, she was purely freeloading experience. It was basically impossible for her to cultivate by herself. It was the same now. The path to becoming a powerhouse was right in front of him. Lin Yi didn't feel at ease leaving Huang Xiaotao alone in the future. Instead of that, he might as well risk it now. At least, they could take care of each other, and there wouldn't be any danger to their lives. As the improvement this time wasn't huge, Lin Yi quickly raised Huang Xiaotao's strength to the limits of the perfected golden core. He didn't stop until she touched the final barrier. The whole process was naturally full of charm and temptation. Fortunately, Lin Yi's willpower was strong enough. Otherwise, he would really fail at the last step, and that would be a joke. What Huang Xiaotao needed to do next was to take the nascent condensation golden elixir. Of course, Lin Yi also prepared a large basin of star ink milk for her. She had a perfect gold elixir realm. Now that she had this opportunity, she naturally wanted to follow in Lin Yi's footsteps and achieve the strongest nascent soul. Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan looked at each other and left the room. The crucial step of condensing the nascent soul could only rely on Huang Xiaotao herself. Lin Yi couldn't help much. No matter how heaven-defying his ability was, it was impossible for him to do such a thing for her. "It's our turn next," Lin Yi said to the blushing Wang Xinyan. He had already given Huang Xiaotao 7 soul-nurturing pills. As long as she could condense a nascent soul successfully, she could use the pills to advance all the way to the great perfection of nascent soul. Should I tell Master?" Wang Xinyan said with a blushing face. "Of course. Didn't you say she's prepared special training for you?" Lin Yi nodded. He could not avoid the divine Nun of the East Sea for this matter, but it was rather awkward for a girl like Wang Xinyan to say it. In order to cultivate with Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan had thrown caution to the wind. She ran to the divine Nun of the East Sea and stammered a bunch of things with a blushing face, but she failed to make it clear. Seeing how the divine Nun of the East Sea was still confused, Lin Yi could only stand forward helplessly. He cut to the chase and said, "Senior, Xinyan wants us to dual cultivate together." "Dual cultivate?" The divine Nun of the East Sea's eyelids immediately twitched. She stared at Wang Xinyan in disbelief and was left speechless for quite a while. She had known that her 2 precious disciples had an ambiguous relationship with Lin Yi a long time ago, but she had never stopped them as their master. Instead, she seemed to be going with the flow. Otherwise, she would not have let Lin Yi stay in the East Sea Pavilion. He was already being treated like one of them. Chapter 48-61. She would rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. Being together was the pursuit of all infatuated men and women in the world, as well as her best wishes for Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. But even with that being the case, the divine Nun of the East Sea had never thought that Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan had already progressed to such a level. She could not help but shake her head and sigh to herself. "Actually, we did that back in the secular world." Wang Xinyan dared not raise her head to look at her master. She lowered her head and poked at her fingers as she whispered like a mosquito, her face bright red. The divine Nun of the East Sea was stunned for quite a while before finally accepting reality with a bitter smile. After all, she had been prepared for this a long time ago. She just never thought it would happen so quickly. Of course, she had misunderstood. Wang Xinyan was talking about cultivating together. Clearly, the divine Nun of the East Sea had mistaken it for something else. Fair enough. Yen, your spongy body is indeed more suitable for dual cultivation. It's just that you never had the conditions in the past, so it's not convenient for me to say too much. This is good. The divine Nun of the East Sea looked at Lin Yi and said gently, "Treat Yen well in the future. Don't let her down." "Don't worry, Senior." Lin Yi nodded firmly. Before he knew it, he had already grasped Wang Xinyan's hand. Their fingers intertwined as they looked at each other and smiled. "All right, then come with me." With that, the divine Nun of the East Sea immediately stood up and led the 2 of them to the door of an underground room. She turned around and said, "Originally, this was just a special training for Yen, alone. Although it's been changed to dual cultivation with the 2 of you now, it won't affect much. It'll only make your cultivation speed faster. The most important thing is to stabilize your minds. Don't advance recklessly because of your greed. You must remember that. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan looked at each other and nodded. All right. Go in. If anything happens, get Yen to tear open the emergency talisman. I'll come as soon as possible, the divine nun of the East Sea warned. Yes. The two of them sucked in a deep breath at the same time and immediately pushed open the door. Just when they were about to enter the room, the divine nun of the East Sea suddenly asked with some hesitation, Is Xiao Tao with you as well? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. Although he and Xiao Tao weren't dual cultivators, they had already seen each other with sincerity, so there was nothing to deny. You young people should at least observe some ancient etiquette. The divine nun of the East Sea could not help but let out another bitter smile. She glanced at Lin Yi with mixed feelings and drifted away with a sigh. Though, it sure is nice to be young. Listening to the divine nun of the Eastern Sea's last words, Lin Yi turned to Wang Xinyan and smiled. I think Senior Donghai is also a person with a story. She must have been very interesting when she was young. Only after experiencing the world of mortals can she see through it. Perhaps we've evoked her memories. I'm not sure about that. Master never mentioned anything before she became a monk. Xinyan stuck her tongue out cutely. She and Lin Yi were the only two left here, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The secret underground room was not large, only around 30 square meters in size. It seemed ordinary, without anything special about it. However, as soon as Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan took the first step in, their expressions immediately changed. An incomparably tremendous pressure came from all directions. Every second that he spent in this secret room, his body and Yuanshan were both going through an arduous double test. There was basically no need for him to deliberately cultivate. Just staying here was already a rare form of tempering. As for the spiritual qi, it was several hundred or even 1,000 times denser than outside. It was even more exaggerated than in Lin Yi's jade pendant space. It felt so dense that it was almost tangible. Senior Donghai has really gone all out this time. Lin Yi turned around and smiled at Wang Xinyan, only to discover that her expression was extremely unnatural right now. It seemed like she was barely holding it together. If it was just the density of the spiritual qi, then so be it. Most importantly, the pressure was just too startling. At the very least, it was no weaker than the Foundation establishment giants that Lin Yi had encountered in the past. Even Lin Yi found it rather difficult, let alone Wang Xinyan who was only at mid-soul nascent soul. Lin Yi had no idea how the divine nun of the East Sea had done it, but he was certain that not only did it take tremendous amounts of precious resources to create such a formation, but it also required the corresponding tricks and techniques. Only a Foundation establishment giant like the divine nun of the East Sea could do something like that. Are you all right? Lin Yi helped Wang Xinyan sit down in a hurry. I'm fine. I can hold on. It's no problem. Wang Xinyan smiled with difficulty. Determination filled her eyes. If she wanted to break through quickly in 3 short months, this was something she had to face. All right then. If there are any problems, tell me as soon as possible. I know you have a tough personality, but if you force yourself too much, it'll be as bad as not doing enough. Do you understand? Lin Yi warned. Apart from allowing her to absorb water like a sponge and increase her strength quickly, the sponge body also possessed the characteristics of a spring. The tighter it was pressed, the higher it would bounce. The divine nun of the East Sea had specially set up such a high-pressure environment precisely to force out Wang Xinyan's potential. Lin Yi obviously would not ruin her good intentions just because of a little heartache. Yeah, there's not much time. Let's begin. Wang Xinyan forced a smile. Apart from the strain on her face, there was also a hint of temptation, which made Lin Yi's heart heat up. He almost turned into a beast. Huang Xiaotao was in closed-door training. Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan were also in closed-door training. However, there was someone outside who was constantly thinking about them. It wasn't a friend or family, but Bao Zuoliang, their new nemesis. There hadn't been any conflict, and they hadn't even met formally. But because of Wang Xinyan, he had become a thorn in the side of the young city lord of Morningstar City. The saying that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind wasn't false at all. Lin Yi and the others hadn't come out for a long time. It was obvious that they were in closed-door training. Bao Zuoliang saw this and hated it. It was because Lin Yi had chosen Donghai Pavilion as the location for his closed-door training that the young city lord could only watch from afar. If it were anywhere else, he would have come knocking on their door with all kinds of schemes. What should we do? We can't go on like this, can we? We can't just let that brat have his fun, can we? Bao Zuoliang was so anxious that his eyes were bloodshot. In comparison, he would rather see Lin Yi and the others fooling around. Although it was disgusting, it wouldn't be too excessive in broad daylight. But now, Lin Yi and his sweetheart, Wang Xinyan, were both hiding in Donghai Pavilion. Who knew what they were doing? If the two of them were to have sex in their closed-door training, Bao Zuoliang wouldn't be able to do anything. Chapter 4862. Bao Zuoliang was unwilling, but what was the use of being unwilling? He wouldn't break into the Donghai Pavilion even if he had 10 guts. Master Bao, I think you're thinking too much. Su Kexing knew what Bao Zuoliang was worried about, so he comforted him. Lin Yi may be holed up in the Donghai Pavilion, but with the godly nun of the Eastern Sea watching over him, he wouldn't dare do anything to Wang Xinyan. Don't worry. Lin Yi would laugh himself to death if he heard this. He wouldn't do anything to Wang Xinyan, but the godly nun of the Eastern Sea was the one who sent them there herself. Bao Zuoliang, on the other hand, was happy with this. He nodded, "You're right, but I'm still not satisfied. How dare he pester my Wang Xinyan every day? I'm going to kill him." Don't worry, Master Bao. He may have escaped from the auction last time, but we still have a chance to deal with him. Su Kexing regained his confidence. What chance? Using someone else to do his dirty work. Even that old bastard Lu Dachang was taken care of with just a few words. I don't think it's easy to borrow someone else's knife. Bao Zuoliang frowned. There's no need to use someone else's knife. We can do it ourselves. Su Kexing smiled mysteriously. Aw. You're crazy. Bao Zuoliang was shocked. With Lin Yi's background, even if he was Bao Farah's son, he wouldn't dare cause trouble in front of him. Hee, of course we can't do anything in Morningstar City, but what if we leave? Su Kexing smiled. What do you mean? Bao Zuoliang asked quickly. I wouldn't be sure before this, but since this Lin guy is trying so hard to get his hands on the spirit-raising demon golden grass, he must be trying to make the spirit-raising pill. Considering his strength as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his intentions are clear. This Lin guy definitely wants to become a giant. No matter how powerful his background is, it's only in Morningstar City. Once he becomes a giant, he won't be able to do anything. Su Kexing sneered. Yeah. Bao Zuoliang patted his head excitedly, but soon found that something was wrong. He slapped Su Kexing and scolded, "Fuck off. I value you so much that you can come up with such a stupid plan. If they really want to become giants, at least he and Wang Xinyan will be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. We are only two at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and we are not as good as Wang Xinyan. How can we have the final say? Don't tell me you want to go up and get beaten up." Although he and Su Kexing were much stronger than ordinary masters of Yuanying realm, Wang Xinyan was recognized as a super genius in the academy. She was almost invincible in the same realm. Bao Zuoyang still had this self-awareness, not to mention there was also Lin Yi who was at Yuanying realm. Young Master Bao, you forgot that we still have a divine weapon in our hands. We can't compare to them in other places, but when we reach the path of giants, the power that this divine weapon can exert is simply unimaginable. Not to mention the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, even the great perfection of the profound ascension stage will be difficult to deal with. Su Kexing laughed. You mean the lightning guiding banner? Bao Zuoyang's eyes suddenly brightened. He excitedly patted Su Kexing's shoulder and said, That's right, I almost forgot about this. The lightning guiding banner is useless in other places, but in the path of a tycoon, it is a true divine tool. Yes, this is a treasure passed down from the ancient blacksmiths. As long as it is in a place where the heavenly thunder is dense, it can easily control the thunder. When the time comes, the path of giants will be the best battlefield for us. No matter how strong Wang Xinyan is, she can only obediently be controlled by you, young Master Bao. It will be even easier to kill Lin Yi. Su Kexing said proudly. Although the chances of triggering a lightning tribulation were much higher in the path of a giant compared to the outside world, it was not certain that they would be able to trigger it every time. To a large extent, it still depended on luck. However, they were different. With the lightning guiding banner in their hands, they could trigger the lightning tribulation at any time. Once they were able to make use of the lightning tribulation, just the thought of the scene was enough to make people shudder. You mean? Bao Zuoyang's eyes lit up. Very simple, when the time comes, we will use the lightning guiding banner to attract all the thunder from the surrounding people to Lin Yi's head, and then we will smash him into pieces. Hee, if there is too much thunder, it will be useless even if he has the Xian Thunder Core, no one can withstand so much thunder at once. Su Kexing laughed coldly. Good plan. We just need to be a little more discreet, and when the time comes, we can kill Lin Yi without anyone knowing, and not even his ashes will be left, and Wang Xinyan won't suspect anything. It's perfect, ha ha ha. Bao Zuoyang laughed proudly. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and in the blink of an eye, the incomparable trial of the path of giants was right in front of them. All the disciples of the Morning Star Academy who were preparing to participate were gathered in the square, and the dean, Ling Yuanqing, personally presided over the ceremony. Because the prerequisite to participate in the trial of the path of giants was to be at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, there were not many people this time, and there were only about 30 people altogether. However, among the crowd, there were 3 people who stood out, Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and Huang Xiaotao. One had to know that these people present were already experts at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, but these 3 people were clearly very far away from the great perfection of the nascent soul realm 3 months ago, so how did they suddenly all become great perfection of the nascent soul realm? Lin Yi was considered normal, he had the vitality pill, so it was not strange for him to advance from the late nascent soul realm to the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Wang Xinyan could also understand, she could also get the vitality pill from Lin Yi, and it was rumored that she had a heaven-defying innate physique, so it was not strange for her to advance to the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. But, what was the situation with Huang Xiaotao? 3 months ago, she was clearly just an expert at the golden core stage, but now she had become a great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Had the world gone mad? Everyone thought they were seeing things, even Ling Yuanqing, a great figure at the mountain establishment stage, was no exception. Even the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, who was Huang Xiaotao's master, was shocked when she saw Huang Xiaotao who had just come out of seclusion. Only when she learned that Huang Xiaotao had used a total of 7 vitality pills did she finally reluctantly accept the reality, and in the end, she could not help but sigh, this was just too exciting. Women of pill refinement masters were indeed different. Damn it, how did even Huang Xiaotao become a great perfection of the nascent soul realm? Bao Zuoyang was speechless. He had been holding back his desire to kill Lin Yi, but suddenly there was Huang Xiaotao. Didn't that mean that the difficulty had increased? After all, Huang Xiaotao had dual fire and wind spiritual roots, so she was also in existence invincible at the same level. Chapter 4863. Yes, that's right, let's let them see how Lin Yi dies. Bao Zuoliang smiled coldly. Ling Yuanqing coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, then he said in a clear voice, "Dear disciples, the path of the tyrant trial is about to begin. To be able to participate in this trial means that you are already the most outstanding disciples of my Morning Star Academy, but this is far from enough. Are you all very complacent, thinking that you are the best in the academy? Then let me tell you now, you are not even worth a fart." Everyone's expression changed at the same time, unable to hide the anger on their faces. Even if the other party was the dean, his words were too infuriating. According to the convention, the limit of the strength of a Golden Stage Academy disciple was the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Normally, those who exceeded this level would not continue to stay, unless it was an exception like Lang Rufin. Therefore, it was not a problem to say that everyone present was the strongest disciple of the Morning Star Academy. But, if one really thought that way, it would be a bit like a frog in a well. Don't be unconvinced. The East Continent is not like the other Heaven Stage Islands. This is the world of the Magnate Realm experts. Only by stepping into the Profound Ascension stage will you be qualified to touch the barrier of the Magnate Realm. Otherwise, I'll say it again, you are not even worth a fart. Ling Yuanqing looked at everyone and said. This time, everyone was silent. The originally relaxed atmosphere, because of Ling Yuanqing's short words, suddenly became tense, as if a great battle was about to begin. Very good, this is the attitude that my Morning Star Academy disciples should have. Go, work hard, strive for a few more Profound Ascension stage disciples this year. When the time comes, I will personally send you to the Profound Sea region. Ling Yuanqing encouraged. Yes. Everyone loudly responded. The process was very short. After everyone's morale was aroused, Ling Yuanqing did not continue to talk nonsense, but directly ordered everyone to board the ship and set off. Everyone's final destination this time was the Eastern Continent's Golden Sea region, the Moving Thunder Sea region. There was an independent island called the Moving Thunder Plain Island, that was the legendary path of the tyrant. If they wanted to go to the Thunderous Plains Island, they had to take the Academy's treasured ship. Although Lin Yi was not a disciple of the Morning Star Academy, his identity was special. Even Ling Yuanqing and the other big shots took care of him, so it was not a problem for him to get a spot. After 3 days and 3 nights, the treasured ship finally arrived at its destination. At this time, there were already many battleships and treasured ships docked at the Thunderous Plain Islands pier, with the insignia of the East Continent's Huang Stage Academies hanging on them. Lin Yi took a closer look and quickly found the treasured ships of the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy. He suddenly became somewhat excited. Ning Xuefei didn't have this possibility, but this time, it was very likely that she would reunite with Hui Yuti, because she was also a peak nascent soul cultivator. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed, and Lin Yi was still very much looking forward to this unexpected but reasonable reunion. Heroes have a weakness for beauties, and this girl, Hui Yuti, was indeed very attractive. Even Lin Yi, who had many beauties, was no exception. The treasured ship slowly docked, and Lin Yi couldn't wait to get off the ship to look for her, but he was stopped by the Chancellor of the Morning Star Academy. This was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, and he was the leader of the group of disciples from the Morning Star Academy. Master Lin, you can't go down now. Chancellor Qin Xing hurriedly advised. He didn't dare to be disrespectful to Lin Yi. Not to mention that the 3 big shots of the academy treated Lin Yi differently, just the position of the chief alchemist, Qing Danzi, was higher than him. If he offended Lin Yi, he wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. Why is this? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Beside him, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao also looked at each other. This was their first time here, and they didn't know the rules here. This is a written rule. Without the permission of the organizer of the trial, no disciple of any academy is allowed to disembark. They have to stay on the ship and wait for the summons, or they will be disqualified, Chancellor Chen Xing explained. Oh. It's actually so strict. Lin Yi frowned, but after thinking about it, he understood. After all, the path of a big shot was not an ordinary place. If there were no mandatory restrictions, and the disciples of the various academies were allowed to move freely, the scene would definitely be chaotic. There might even be a large-scale massacre, and the situation would be out of control. Yes, this is a helpless action. There wasn't such a rule a long time ago. In the end, after a chaotic battle, all of the Academy's training disciples were annihilated, including a few highly valued super geniuses. Chancellor Chen Xing sighed. It's that serious. It wasn't just Lin Yi, even the other Morning Star disciples were shocked. Annihilation. This was too exaggerated. It's precisely because of that incident that the Golden Step Academy Alliance has learned from that painful experience. That's why they've strictly regulated the path of the giants. Although they don't forbid competition, if it's a large-scale war between academies, then they must nip it in the bud as soon as possible. Forbidding students from entering Thunderous Plains Island before the trial is one of the measures. It's to prevent enmity from forming before the trial even begins. Chancellor Morningstar explained. Everyone nodded. These genius disciples from the various academies were all proud and arrogant, and it would be strange if there were no conflicts if they were allowed to come into contact with them. If someone with ulterior motives provoked them, it could easily turn into a war between academies, and from then on, it would be out of control. Golden Step Academy Alliance. Is this the official organization of the Eastern Continent Academy? Lin Yi asked. This was the first time he'd heard of the Golden Step Academy Alliance. After all, he hadn't been in the Eastern Continent for long, and other than his own people like Wang Xinyan, he rarely interacted with outsiders, so he didn't know much about these things. That's right. Other than the president of the Golden Step Academy Alliance, there's also an elder council made up of a number of elders. These elders are the deans of the various Golden Step Academies, and they control the final decisions of all matters in the Golden Step Sea region. They're considered the highest official organization in the Golden Step Sea region. Just like this time, the Path of a Tyrant was personally organized by the Golden Step Academy Alliance, Chancellor Chen Xing explained patiently. The other students already knew about this, but this was the first time Lin Yi heard about it. It was no wonder that although the deans and the city lord were of the same rank in name, it was obvious that the deans were ranked higher. Chapter 4864. Then who is the current president of the Professional Alliance? Is he also a dean of a certain academy? Lin Yi continued to ask. The disciples of the other academies also showed expressions of interest because they only knew about the existence of the alliance, but they didn't know the true face of the number one person in the alliance. That's not it. According to the usual practice, the president of the alliance here is sent by the Academy Alliance in the Xuanjie Sea area. He usually doesn't show up, and he has never fought in public, so no one knows his specific strength. Chancellor Chen Xing paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was curious, he said, but one thing is for sure. The president of the alliance is definitely above the mountain opening stage. He should be a master of the earth opening stage, or even the sea splitting stage. I heard that he will personally take charge of this trial. Everyone can have a good feel of his strength. Earth opening stage. Even the sea splitting stage. Everyone was really shocked. Although it was reasonable, as the president of the alliance, he should be higher than the deans of the other academies. Otherwise, how could he convince everyone? But even so, it was still shocking to suddenly hear such a powerful existence. Even Lin Yi, who had seen super existences like the 5 poison flood dragon and the giant electric eel, was no exception. After all, no matter how powerful they were already in the past. The giant electric eel was already dead, and the fate of the 5-poison flood dragon was unknown. Only the legendary president of the Alliance was a living existence, and a real human cultivator, and it was very likely that they would see him soon. Only this kind of comparison could really make people excited. Because it was impossible for Lin Yi to become the next giant electric eel or the 5-poison flood dragon, but it was not wishful thinking for him to become a powerful master of the Earth opening stage or even the sea-splitting stage like the president of the Alliance one day. Okay, everyone is clear about the rules. Before receiving my notice, don't disembark without permission, or you will have to bear the consequences. Chancellor Chen Xing warned them, and then his figure flashed off the treasure ship. He was the leader of the academy, so he had to go to the academy in advance to complete the corresponding procedures for everyone. Lin Yi shook his head in a resigned manner as he looked in the direction of Qinjiao and Soaring Cloud Academy. However, due to the distance between them and the fact that there were so many battleships and treasured ships between them, he couldn't see what was going on at all. All he could see was the fluttering flag on top of the battleship. The students of the other academies were either taking a breather or meditating. However, at this time, they certainly did not have the mood to meditate and cultivate. Adjusting their mentality was the most important thing. Everyone remained on the deck. Although they could not disembark, they could more or less experience the environment and atmosphere of the thunderous plain island in advance. At this time, Bao Zhuliang suddenly stood up and called out to everyone, "Everyone, come here, I have a suggestion." "Young Master Bao, do you have any suggestions?" Seeing this, everyone gathered around him. After all, this fellow was the son of City Lord Bofara, so everyone had to give him some face. Bao Zhuliang glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone has just heard that the competition on the path of a tyrant is very cruel. Even if it isn't as easy as it was before, there will definitely be some friction between the students of different academies. If we don't form a group and fight on our own, I believe I don't need to say much about the result, right?" Everyone's expression immediately changed. If the other academies also fought on their own, then it would be fine. However, if they formed a group, then they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The competition within the academies was already very cruel, let alone between the academies. Perhaps the word cruel couldn't even describe it. "Young Master Bao, do you mean that we should form a group?" Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Everyone was a disciple of the Morning Star Academy, so forming a group wasn't unacceptable. However, the problem was, who would they listen to? It should be known that everyone present was a proud and arrogant person, and many of them had enmity with each other. Everyone disliked each other. If they didn't have a strong backbone, let alone fighting with the other academies, they would already be in a state of internal strife. That's right. In order to advance and retreat together, we must elect a leader here. He will be in charge of leading our Morning Star team, and everyone will listen to the leader's every move. Bao Zhuliang immediately said loudly. At the same time, he deliberately straightened his back and stood in the middle of everyone. His intention was obvious. He had said so much to become the leader. Everyone fell into silence and stared at each other, not saying a word. Although Bao Zhuliang's words were very reasonable, and the Morning Star team did indeed need a temporary leader, it didn't mean that they were willing to give up. Just as Bao Zhuliang said, they would listen to the leader's every move. One could imagine the value of this temporary leader. Once they entered the path of a tyrant, they would unknowingly gain a great advantage. Therefore, even if Bao Zhuliang's background made everyone afraid, it wasn't to the extent that they would bow down to him. No one wanted to give up such a great opportunity. The leader must be able to convince everyone. I think that with young Master Bao's background and strength, he's the most suitable to be the leader of our Morning Star team. Let's see who dares to oppose him. Su Kexing jumped out from the side decisively. Bao Zhuliang couldn't just directly recommend himself. That would be too shameless, so he could only borrow his follower's mouth to say this. As soon as he said this, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. There were probably not many people who were truly convinced, but Bao Zhuliang's background and strength couldn't be underestimated. If they wanted to jump out and oppose him in public, they would have to think it through carefully. However, even if they didn't have the confidence to compete with Bao Zhuliang, it didn't mean that others didn't have the same. There was no lack of people who could surpass Bao Zhuliang. At least Wang Xinyan, one of the three fairies, had the qualifications. In the world of cultivation, the strong were always respected. Although Wang Xinyan hadn't been in the academy for long, her super strength was obvious to all. She was invincible among her peers in the academy's competitions. Now that she was at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, no one present, including Bao Zhuliang, was her match. In terms of popularity, Wang Xinyan was more popular than Bao Zhuliang. There was no lack of disciples who had a crush on this third fairy. The only one who could nitpick was that she was a woman. This wasn't the feminist society of West Island. In the end, it was still the men who had the final say. Even if it was third fairy Wang Xinyan who came out to command everyone, it would still make people feel a little weird. If word got out, they might be laughed at by other academies. How would they put their faces when that happened? Chapter 48-65. Lu Dachang had specifically asked Lin Yi to take care of his son, but Lin Yi had just come out of his closed-door training before they set off. He didn't see him on his own along the way, so he didn't know him. He just had some guesses based on his unique appearance that was exactly the same as Lu Dachang's. Bao Zhuliang. Hey, cover your mother's head. Lu Xiaozhong's words ignited the atmosphere. Everyone was shocked. Probably only this one-track-minded guy would dare to scold Bao Zhuliang to his face like this. Lu Xiaozhong, what did you say? Bao Zhuliang's face suddenly darkened. He stared at Lu Xiaozhong with an unkind expression and sandwiched him in the middle with Su Kushing. I said cover your mother's head, so what? You want to hear it a third time if you can't hear it clearly. Lu Xiaozhong was not afraid at all in the face of this posture. He had clashed with Bao Zhuliang more than once or twice, so he had long been accustomed to it. Moreover, this time he was simply targeting Bao Zhuliang. You're courting death. Bao Zhuliang gritted his teeth in anger and was about to make a move immediately. Seeing this, Su Kushing also blocked Lu Xiaozhong's retreat with an unkind expression. Really? I'm waiting for you to make a move. It's just the right time to take revenge for what happened last time. Come on. Lu Xiaozhong took a posture fearlessly. I wasn't afraid of you when I was only at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, let alone now that I'm at the peak of the nascent soul stage. I'm not afraid of you. Bao Zhuliang choked and looked at Su Kushing. He had no choice but to stop. Only then did he remember that after taking the vitality cultivation pill, Lu Xiaozhong was also at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. In the past, he could still suppress Lu Xiaozhong by relying on his advantage in level, but now this advantage was gone. Moreover, Lu Xiaozhong fought like a madman. Previously, when he was only at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, he was barely weaker than Bao Zhuliang. Bao Zhuliang needed Su Kushing's help to completely suppress him. Now that he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, the two of them together might not be able to win. Seeing Lu Xiaozhong suddenly jumping out to disturb the situation, Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. Like father like son was exactly the same as his father Lu Dachang. But come to think of it, this was a good move. Otherwise, Bao Zhuliang would take the captain's seat in the end if no one came out to fight for it. If that guy wanted to separate him from Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, it'd be troublesome if he had to go against him. Of course, Lin Yi was not afraid of trouble. A mere Bao Zhuliang was not worthy of his attention. However, the path of a tycoon was, after all, guarded by the higher-ups of the academy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, otherwise, Lin Yi also did not want to rashly make a mess. He came here to attack the profound Ascension realm, not to play with a fool. Lin Yi was laughing to himself when Lu Xiaozhong suddenly changed the topic. Bao Wuliang, who only knows how to pull off women's skirts, wants to be the captain. Stop joking. I think there's only one person here who's truly qualified to be the team leader, and that's Master Lin. Ha! Everyone was stunned, and their gazes instantly focused on Lin Yi. Did I have something to do with this? Lin Yi was still in a daze. He was not a disciple of the Morning Star Academy, but an outsider who came to participate in the trial. He had never thought of leading the team. Bullshit, he's not even from our academy, how can he be our captain? Bao Zuoyang immediately jumped up. Why can't he be? Even Master Qing Danzi is Master Lin's disciple. Since Master Qing Danzi is the chief alchemist of the academy, then Master Lin is naturally a senior of the academy. You can ask everyone here, ask them if there's anyone who disagrees. Lu Xiaozhong said confidently. Bao Zuoyang was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. This kind of question didn't need to be asked at all. Just by looking at the uniform movement of everyone's necks, it was clear that they were only a little afraid of him, the son of the city lord, but in the face of a freak like Lin Yi, they were completely in awe. The deterrence between the two was on a completely different level. He racked his brains to come up with this suggestion in order to create an opportunity for himself, not to let others pick the peaches, especially when the person picking the peaches was Lin Yi, who he wanted to strangle with his own hands. But Lu Xiaozhong suddenly made such a move, and Bao Zuoyang really didn't know how to refute for a moment. Everyone was an expert at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and in terms of strength, except for Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, who were recognized as super geniuses in the academy, they were basically on par. The position of captain could only fall on Lin Yi, who had the greatest background. Bao Zuoyang gave Su Kushing a surreptitious look, signaling him to think of a way to smooth things over. No matter what, they couldn't let Lin Yi take advantage of this situation, or they'd really go for wool and come home shorn. Su Kushing nodded knowingly, his eyes turning slightly as he stood up. Alright, we'll support Master Lin as captain. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Bao Zuoyang almost fainted on the spot when he heard that. Su Kushing was his most trusted and trusted follower, and he had never made a mistake before. Why did he suddenly betray him and become a traitor at this critical moment? Bao Zuoyang was about to curse out loud when he saw Su Kushing giving him a look. He suspiciously snuck up behind him, wanting to hear what this kid was going to do. Master Bao, it doesn't matter who the captain is. Let's not cause any unnecessary trouble for now. As long as we can go in together, we'll be able to kill Lin Yi with the lightning-attracting banner. When he's finished, we'll take care of Lu Xiaozhong as well. It'll be a piece of cake. Su Kushing explained quietly. And what you said makes sense. Let's do it this way. Bao Zuoyang thought about it and nodded. This was a choice, they had no other choice. Although it would be best if they could snatch the captain title, as Su Kushing said, even if they couldn't, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The most important thing right now was not to separate from Lin Yi, or else it would be useless even if they had the lightning-attracting banner. This was the only way they could proceed according to their plan. Other than that, everything else had to be put aside. Lin Yi frowned slightly when he saw the two of them winking at each other. Although the two of them had carefully used their divine sense to block their voices, Lin Yi's intuition told Lin Yi that there must be a conspiracy between the two of them. They must be up to no good. At the nascent soul stage, although the divine sense couldn't even be considered a beginner, some of the most basic applications were very common, just like the little trick the two of them used to block their voices. Chapter 4866. Rather than alerting the enemy, it was better to pretend that they didn't know anything. As long as they remained vigilant, they'd see what these two were up to. Alright, since you've said so, I have no objections. Let Master Lin be the leader, Bao Zhuliang said immediately. Everyone was in an uproar. This guy clearly wanted to do it himself, but wasn't his attitude changing a little too quickly? But no matter what, the matter regarding the leader was settled. Since Lu Xiaozhong, Bao Zhuliang, and Su Kexing had all unanimously approved of Lin Yi, and Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were close to Lin Yi, it could be said that all the important people present had expressed their opinions, and the opinions of others didn't matter. In reality, even if the others had opinions, they could only keep it to themselves. From today onwards, Lin Yi was the leader of the Morning Star Squad. For the next 2 days, everyone stayed on the ship peacefully. Lin Yi thought that Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing would find a chance to cause trouble, but they didn't do anything at all. It was as if they'd accepted the fact that he was the leader. Not only did they not cause trouble, but they were also very respectful to him. What the hell are these two doing? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder. He wasn't naive enough to think that these two had really accepted their fate. Not causing trouble now could only mean one thing: these two must have a bigger plan in the future, which was why they were so tolerant. Any possible danger had to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. This was the operating principle of all assassins. It was a pity that Lin Yi couldn't make trouble out of nothing and attack these two rashly. He could only take it one step at a time, be careful, and remain vigilant. 2 days later, the sound of a horn suddenly came from the distance of the pier. Not long after, Chancellor Chen Xing appeared in front of everyone and ordered, "All right, the path of a tycoon is about to begin. Everyone, gather and disembark." Yes. Everyone was instantly excited, and they immediately followed behind Lin Yi, the leader. They spontaneously lined up in an orderly manner, and their every movement was somewhat disciplined. This situation caused Chancellor Chen Xing to be stunned. All of them were proud and arrogant geniuses. Even a high-ranking official like him could only force them to obey orders. It was almost unimaginable for them to obey the rules like this. After asking in a low voice, Chancellor Chen Xing finally understood the whole story. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Yi. If everyone could maintain the same pace in the next trial, then no matter if it was self-protection or breakthrough, they would all benefit. Maybe there would really be a few more profound ascending stage masters in this trial. Under the guidance of the Morning Star Chancellor, Lin Yi brought everyone to the square at the pier, and sat down cross-legged in the area marked with the words Morning Star Academy, quietly waiting for the tyrant's path to begin. Not far ahead was a high platform with a row of seats arranged neatly on it. At this time, many of the higher-ups from the various academies had already taken their seats. Everyone was discussing in private about which of them was the legendary president of the alliance. However, Lin Yi's mind was not on this. From the start, he had been looking for the Morning Pride Academy's team, trying to find Hui Yuti's figure. Unfortunately, in the end, his wish was not fulfilled. There were unexpectedly many people present, especially since there were many tyrants here. Lin Yi did not dare to casually release his divine sense to sweep around. If he angered one of the tyrants, he would be seriously injured with just a slight thought. Moreover, it was the most basic rule of the cultivation world that one could not casually release one's divine sense in public. Since he could not use his divine sense, he could only rely on his naked eyes. However, perhaps because of the hostile relationship between Chen Xing and Chen Jiao, they arranged for them to be extremely far apart from each other. Unless Lin Yi walked to the high platform and chose a good angle, it would be impossible to find someone through the gaps between so many academy disciples. After a while, all the academy disciples were in position, and the higher-ups of the various academies had also taken their seats. At this time, a young man suddenly appeared in the center of the high platform, causing everyone's expression to turn solemn, not daring to speak. Everyone was sizing up this young man, and naturally, Lin Yi was no exception. Although this person looked young, and his body did not release any terrifying aura, everyone knew that there was only one person on the stage at this time, and that was the legendary Alliance president. Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, their faces filled with astonishment. They had thought that the Alliance president would be an old man with a sage-like demeanor like Ling Yuanqing, but they did not expect him to have such a young and handsome face. However, this was not too far-fetched. Once a practitioner reached sky rank, they would be able to maintain their appearance forever. As long as they wanted to, they could live for hundreds or thousands of years and maintain their appearance when they reached sky rank. However, it was very common in the world of practitioners that women still looked beautiful, and men still looked dignified. Even after reaching sky rank, most male practitioners would not deliberately stop their appearance from aging, and would instead maintain a dignified appearance of a middle-aged or old man. After all, an old monster that was hundreds of years old wanted to keep a young face that looked like a 20-year-old, after all. This was something that people did not know what to say. But it was clear that this Alliance president was an exception. He was one of those few people. Almost all the disciples on the stage looked at each other, but no one dared to make the slightest sound. The person on the stage was the legendary Earth opening stage, or even sea splitting stage. Even if he did not reveal any of his aura, just this name alone was enough to oppress everyone to the point that they could not breathe. The Alliance president slowly swept his gaze across the audience until some of the disciples could not take it anymore. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone here are the elites from the various academies, and we are here for one thing, and that is to break through to profound ascension. Although this trial does not prohibit private fights, I hope that you all can distinguish your priorities. Also, you better not have the laughable thought that if you fail this time, there will be a next time. Because based on past experience, if you fail to break through to profound ascension the first time, the second time will be 10 times harder, and the third time will be 100 times harder. Think about it carefully." When everyone heard this, they suddenly felt suffocated. In fact, among all the students present, there were indeed some who came for the second or third time. For example, there was one from the Morning Star Academy this time, and it was a taciturn middle-aged man. Chapter 48-67. If the first time didn't work, there would be a second time. If the second time didn't work, there would be a third time. This was indeed the mentality that everyone had, especially those who had the Xian Thunder Core. Even if they failed this time, they would still be able to guarantee their lives. This mentality was the most obvious. However, the words of the Alliance's leader completely dispelled their fantasies. If they failed the first time, would there still be a chance of success when the second time was 10 times more difficult? Not to say that there was absolutely no chance, but it was absolutely rare. As for whether the words of the Alliance's leader were true or not, just look at the people who had been here before. The first failure had already left a shadow in their hearts. If they tried to attack the Xian Ascension realm again with such a lifeless look, how much chance of success would they have? 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000? Looking at everyone's nervousness and fear, the young Alliance's leader on the stage silently smiled. If someone dared to stare at him like Lin Yi did, they would find that his face was filled with disdain and contempt. It was completely like looking at an ant. With his strength, these perfected nascent soul cultivators were indeed insignificant ants in his eyes. Especially when these ants didn't even have the resolve to cut off all means of retreat. Apart from disdain, it was very difficult for him to have a second expression. Disdain was disdain, but as the Alliance's leader, he had to at least finish the rules patiently. After you enter the path of giants, the only thing you need to do is to find a suitable place to go into seclusion. As long as you use all your strength, you will naturally be able to attract the lightning tribulation. As for the lightning tribulation points inside, they have already been marked. The Alliance's leader said lightly. Lightning tribulation point. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, but then he understood. Even the path of giants could not attract lightning tribulation at any place. The so-called lightning tribulation point was probably a place that was relatively easy to attract lightning tribulation. From the perspective of the secular world, to put it bluntly, it was a place that was more likely to be struck by lightning. Of course, those lightning tribulation points can't have an effect on all of them. After all, they were marked tens of thousands of years ago, and some of them have already lost their effectiveness. However, each lightning tribulation point has a protective formation. As long as you are in the formation, you can attract the lightning tribulation with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about the outside world taking advantage of the opportunity. The Alliance's leader continued. After all, everyone had a few enemies. After all, it was already very difficult to deal with the lightning tribulation. It was already very difficult to break through the Xian Ascension realm. If they had to be constantly on guard against sneak attacks, it was estimated that not many people would be able to survive. Fortunately, the Alliance's consideration was thorough. However, many people already knew about this. Needless to say, those who had participated in the Path of Giants before, and some who knew the previous batch of students would naturally inquire about these key details. Breaking through the Xian Ascension realm is your top priority. However, it's rare for you to come to the Path of Giants. If you have the leisure, you might as well take a stroll around inside. The treasures inside are famous throughout the entire eastern continent. However, there are many dangers inside. At the same time, you have to guard against the attacks of the new Xian Ascension realm disciples. Therefore, I advise you to stop before you go too far. If you think it's about time, then hurry up and come out. Greed will only make you die faster. The Alliance's leader said casually. As for those who failed to break through to the Xian Ascension realm, he didn't say anything. Everyone knew that there was no need to care about them. Because those who failed to break through to the Xian Ascension realm, even if they barely survived, they would be half dead. These people didn't even have the ability to protect themselves, let alone deal with others. Hearing the words heavenly treasures, the group of students instinctively became excited. Wealth, companionship, method, and location. For cultivators like them, wealth was the most important thing. Of course, this did not only refer to spiritual jades, but also to those heavenly treasures that could not be bought. However, anyone with a little bit of brain knew that if they wanted to search for treasures here, there was a minimum prerequisite, and that was to successfully break through to the Xian Ascension realm. Otherwise, even if they were at their peak, they might not be able to cope with the various dangers inside, especially those Xian Ascension realm masters. Even if you were lucky enough to get something good, it would be useless. As the Alliance's leader said, you would only die faster. One more thing, this trial has a time limit. The maximum time you can stay here is 3 months. Whether you succeed or not, 3 months is definitely a foregone conclusion. No matter how long you delay, it will only be a waste of time. Of course, you can also come out after 3 months, but the battleships and treasure ships of the various academies will not stay and wait for you. At that time, the entire dock will be under martial law. You can either find a way to fly back or stay here and wait for death. The Alliance's leader glanced at everyone. Everyone looked at each other indifferently. Although it sounded quite serious, it was actually not a big deal to be left here. At worst, they could just cultivate while waiting for the next trial. Who knows, they might even be able to take the opportunity to obtain some heavenly treasures. Of course, this little thought did not escape the eyes of the person on the stage. The Alliance's leader smiled, and the corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. If you have any ideas, you can stay. But don't blame me for not reminding you, Thunder Plain Island has a routine thunder burial every year. If you don't want to live long, you can experience it. Thunder burial. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. As the name suggests, it is to bury the entire island with the world-extinguishing thunder. Unless you can escape from the thunder burial like the native creatures, otherwise, you will not be able to wait until the next trial begins. The Alliance's leader said lightly. Everyone was shocked, and the little bit of luck that they had just had was immediately thrown to the back of their minds. This place was full of danger, and it was really not a place to play tricks. Alright, each academy will line up according to the order in which they drew lots. Let's start the teleportation. After saying this, the Alliance's leader disappeared from the high platform without a trace. Since the first thing to do in the trial was to find the Thunder Tribulation Point to break through to the Profound Ascension realm, then it would naturally lead to a situation where everyone would fight for the Thunder Tribulation Point as soon as they entered. No one knew how many Thunder Tribulation Points there were in the path of the giants, but just by looking at the number of people present, it was clear that the possibility of everyone having one or even having extra was really not big. In this way, who would go first and who would go last was a big problem. The academy that entered first would definitely have an advantage. If this problem could not be solved properly, then there was no need to enter the path of the giants. The academy disciples would probably fight here at the dock. Chapter 48-68. It all depended on luck. With the unfathomable president of the Alliance personally overseeing things, there was no one present who could cheat under his watch, unless he was the one who cheated. A group of academy disciples lined up. The Morning Star Academy's luck was not too good, but it was not too bad either. They were in the middle of the pack. The teleportation formation here was different from that of the West Islands trial. The West Islands trial could only teleport one person at a time, while the teleportation formation here could teleport dozens of people at a time. Hence, the speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was Lin Yi's turn. This place was guarded by full-time guards. Chancellor Qin Xing, who was at the side, handed over the name list of the disciples for the guards to check in front of everyone. The others were fine, but one name shocked Lin Yi. Qin Yu. Although he was a Morning Star captain, everyone knew that it was a temporary position. Lin Yi did not pay attention to who was in the group, since he did not know them. But what was up with Qin Yu? When Lin Yi first arrived at Morning Star Academy, he was concerned about Jiang Hahai, so he asked Wang Xinyan to ask about his fiancée. In the end, he found out that she had been in seclusion recently, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that Qin Yu would suddenly appear in the group? But according to Jiang Hahai, shouldn't she still be in the Gold Core stage in 10 years? Otherwise, why would Jiang Hahai spend so much effort to get her the Gathering Nascent Soul Golden Core? How could she become a peak Yuanying stage master now? Isn't this a bit too big? Or could it be that this Qin Yu was not that Qin Yu? Lin Yi was secretly surprised, but there were too many people here, so it was not appropriate for him to ask rashly. He could only suppress his curiosity and observe the situation. After all, even if it was really the same person, Jiang Hahai's golden pill of condensing nascent soul was no longer useful. After the teleportation, the scene before them changed abruptly. Everyone who came out from the teleportation array had ugly expressions on their faces. Truth be told, they didn't think it would matter much if they were in the middle. After all, as long as they weren't in the last few batches, they would be able to snatch a lightning tribulation point. Otherwise, the Academy's alliance wouldn't have arranged for so many people to enter. But now, everyone suddenly realized that they had been too naive. How was it not a big deal? Who came first and who came last was the most important. At first glance, this was a vast open space, but just like the terraced fields of the secular world, every position was uneven and uneven. Even though the position of the teleportation array could be considered the highest point, it was still impossible to see the whole thing at a glance. This was not just a problem with the terrain, but more importantly, the visibility was very poor, and there was fog everywhere. The only thing that was not too bad was that the fog here was not like the sea, which did not have much of an impact on divine sense. But the problem was that everyone was not like a freak like Lin Yi. Even the strength of the Yuanying stage master's spiritual awareness was very limited. If they had to rely on their spiritual awareness to explore the road every step of the way, then they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. It was estimated that their primordial spirit would be exhausted and they would die. In this way, everyone could only rely on their memories to navigate the path of giants. Although cultivators had good memories, they should not get lost as long as they walked the path once. But in this place, they could not see clearly what was going on. Once they walked too far, who knew if they would encounter any unexpected danger? The most important thing now was to find the Thunder Tribulation point to break through to the Profound Ascension stage. Before becoming a Profound Ascension expert, everyone did not dare to walk around casually. At this moment, the disciples from the other academies who had teleported in earlier had already started fighting over the lightning tribulation spots nearby. None of them wanted to take unnecessary risks. Since they could find the lightning tribulation spots nearby, they naturally wouldn't want to look for the spots that were far away. Everyone understood this. A group of Morning Star disciples saw the situation and wanted to join the battle, but they were stopped by Lin Yi. "Don't worry, there are so many people here. Even if we go and fight, we won't be able to get a few, and it will be a waste of chi. It's better to walk a little further and see. If we can find the Thunder Tribulation point, even if it is not completely empty, the competition will not be so fierce." He said this with a hidden selfishness. He wanted to walk around and see if he could be lucky enough to meet Hui Yudi. Of course, blocking the entrance to fight for the Thunder Tribulation point was a very stupid behavior. There were only a few Thunder Tribulation points nearby. With so many people fighting for it, even if they managed to get it, they would be half dead. How could they break through to the Profound Ascension stage? In fact, it was not only Lin Yi, but some other academy disciples had made the same choice and avoided the crowd long ago to explore. Yes, Master Lin is right. Only a fool would stay here and fight with a group of mad dogs. Let's go to a farther place to look. Bao Zuoyang was the first to jump out in support. Lin Yi could not help but look at him in surprise. Did this guy eat the wrong medicine? With the attitude and character he had shown before, it was already unprecedented for him not to cause trouble, but he actually supported him instead. Little did he know that Bao Zuoyang was simply selfish. He could not wait for Lin Yi to bring his people further away. The more remote the better. That way, he would not have to worry about being seen through. We will listen to Master Lin. Although Lu Xiaozhong was also curious about Bao Zuoyang's reaction, he still agreed. The others also had no objections. Immediately, Lin Yi led the way to explore further away. This process was a little risky, and everyone could not help but feel a little anxious. However, Lin Yi was very calm. After all, with the strength of his divine sense that far surpassed ordinary people, it was enough to clearly perceive the situation in the distance. There was no need to worry at all. Lin Yi walked in the front, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao followed closely behind, followed by Lu Xiaozhong, and then Bao Zuoyang and Su Kexing. These two followed very closely, afraid that they would lose Lin Yi. However, as they moved forward, Lin Yi discovered something strange. Qin Yu, who was at the back, was strangely close to the two male disciples. The three of them stuck together, and when the people in front were not paying attention, they would occasionally make some very ambiguous movements, thinking that no one would notice. Little did they know that Lin Yi's divine sense was covering the entire area, and no one's movements could escape his senses. This unexpected discovery made Lin Yi surprised and suspicious. Just now, he had already asked Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao in a low voice. There were not many female disciples in the Morning Star Academy, and even if they did not know each other, they had at least heard of their names. There was only one female disciple called Qin Yu, which meant that this person was undoubtedly Jiang Hahai's fiancée. Since that was the case, any girl who was engaged, as long as she was a bit more disciplined, would not mess around with other men. However, this scene in front of him was very clear to Lin Yi. Chapter 48-69. Lin Yi could not help but feel strange. Could it be that this Qin Yu was the same as Sita Qian, a naturally fickle vixen. If not for the fact that he had so many people with him, Lin Yi would have gone up to ask her. Even if he did not know what would happen next, he would at least be able to send a message to Jiang Hahai to let him give up as soon as possible. But now was definitely not the right time, so he could only suppress his suspicions. Right now, Lin Yi had to fulfill his duty as the team leader, and lead everyone to the lightning calamity points. Everyone silently searched for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Along the way, they found a few lightning calamity points, but they were all taken by others. In front of them, they could still vaguely see a large group of people. If this continued, even if they found another lightning calamity point, it would definitely not be their turn to pick it up. If we continue to walk along the main road, it will probably be too much. How about this, let's take a small detour, and not always follow behind others. Lin Yi suggested. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded their heads in agreement. Walking along the main road was definitely safer, but if they continued like this, they would not be able to snatch the lightning calamity points. In order to break through to the profound ascension realm as soon as possible, it was necessary to take some risks. With Lin Yi and the others taking the lead, the disciples from the other academies also followed suit. But there were not many of them, and most of them still insisted on exploring along the main road. Very quickly, Lin Yi's suggestion yielded results. Everyone finally found a row of 4 empty lightning calamity points, and were immediately overjoyed, all of them eager to give it a try. Luckily, they did not forget the existence of the team leader, Lin Yi. No one was an idiot. Although they were envious, if they went around Lin Yi and rashly tried to snatch the lightning calamity points, they would very likely become the target of everyone. At that time, even if everyone was from the same Morning Star Academy, they would not be merciful. If any of you want to stay, then stay. The rest do not fight, follow me and continue to search. It seems like it will not be difficult to find other lightning calamity points, it will definitely not be a problem. Lin Yi turned his head and said to everyone. Everyone was stunned. According to the rule of the strong, they thought that Lin Yi would be the first to take it. They didn't expect this temporary team leader to be so generous. But even so, no one dared to fight for it. If Lin Yi didn't want it, then they'd have to ask Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. After all, the two of them were almost invincible among their peers. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, of course, wouldn't stay behind. They had to accompany Lin Yi, and it wasn't just them. Even Lu Xiaozhong expressed that he wanted to follow Lin Yi. This was an order from his old man, Lu Dachang. He had to follow Lin Yi closely during the trial. Only then would he be able to survive and reap the benefits. It could only be said that Lu Dachang was indeed a scoundrel. After seeing that Lin Yi had potential, he let his son follow him like a scoundrel. This method was simple and crude, but it was extremely effective. This wasn't strange. What made Lin Yi speechless was that even Bao Zuoyang and Su Kexing didn't fight for it. Instead, they chose to follow him. Otherwise, with their background and strength, the other Morning Star disciples wouldn't be able to compete with them. The few important figures weren't interested, but the other Morning Star disciples weren't stupid. They immediately began to fight for it. However, with Lin Yi and the rest watching, they didn't dare to fight. They could only stop and see who reached the lightning calamity point first. Lin Yi continued to lead the team forward. He paid some attention and discovered that Qing Yu and the 2 male disciples hadn't managed to snatch any lightning calamity points, so he could only follow them. Lin Yi originally thought that the lightning calamity points were randomly distributed, and that the chances of taking the main road and the small road were the same. It was just that the chances of encountering unexpected dangers were higher when taking the small road. Just now, they had encountered 4 lightning calamity points at once. However, after an hour, he realized that he was wrong. They hadn't encountered a single lightning calamity point since then. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little restless. Judging from this situation, most of the lightning calamity points should be distributed around the main road. No wonder there were so few disciples from the other academies following them. They must have asked around beforehand. Since that's the case, let's go back and take a look. Anyway, we have 3 whole months. Everyone, don't be impatient. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he led the group back to the main road. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have dared to travel as casually as Lin Yi did unless they went back the way they came, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Yi. Returning to the main road, there were indeed many more lightning calamity points along the way. However, just like before, these lightning calamity points had already been taken by others. Fortunately, everyone was mentally prepared for this situation, and they weren't too affected. Otherwise, seeing all the lightning calamity points along the way being taken by others would be the same as going to the toilet but not being able to get a seat. It would definitely be a heart attack. Wait. Lin Yi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Wang Xinyan hurriedly asked. The others all tensed up, thinking that they had encountered some kind of danger. Don't be nervous. There's something interesting up ahead. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Something interesting. Everyone was surprised. Only now did they realize that there were many people in the distance, and from time to time, there would be a commotion. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people gathered there. Lin Yi led everyone forward. In order to avoid any accidents, they didn't get too close. They stopped when they were about 10 meters away, so that they wouldn't get involved in any trouble. In front of them, all sorts of quarrels could be heard. Although they hadn't started fighting yet, the atmosphere was very tense. If it continued to develop, it would be unavoidable. At this moment, other than Lin Yi's group, there were a few other people who were watching the scene. From their whispers, they quickly understood the situation. It turned out that the students of the 2 academies were fighting for territory, and the source of this conflict was a large number of lightning calamity points. Roughly estimating, there were at least 50 lightning calamity points, enough to accommodate all the students of the academy. This discovery made everyone's eyes turn red. If they could take all the lightning calamity points, then there wouldn't be any trouble. If they continued to search like this, who knew if they could find more lightning calamity points? However, although they were envious, they did not dare to go up and fight with those 2 groups of people. The other side had a lot more people than them, and if they dared to interfere at this time, it would be tantamount to challenging both academies at the same time. When that time came, they could imagine the consequences even with their toes. Chapter 4870. No one was a fool. There was no need for such a meaningless feud. Although it was indeed difficult to find the lightning retribution points, as long as they continued to explore, there would always be lightning retribution points. At most, it wouldn't be as spectacular as the one in front of them. Lin Yi didn't want to watch the show. Although he wanted to stay and watch like the other onlookers, he might have a chance to pick up some scraps in the end. After all, once the 2 sides fought, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. However, rather than putting his hopes on others, Lin Yi preferred to hold the hope in his hands. But Lin Yi quickly changed his mind. When he scanned the crowd with his divine sense, he suddenly found a few familiar faces in the 2 groups of people in front of him. Although one of the women was masked, based on her figure and temperament, there was no doubt that it was Hui Yudi. He had been trying his best to find her, but to no avail. He didn't expect to find such a pleasant surprise now. Lin Yi carefully observed the situation of the 2 sides and realized that it wasn't a conflict between 2 academies. There were 3 academies in front of them, including Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy. Both academies were on the same side, fighting against the other academy together. It was actually 2 against 1. What surprised Lin Yi even more was that there were more than 70 people from Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy, but the number of people from this academy standing opposite them was no less than theirs. As everyone knew, nascent soul realm experts were the top elites of Golden Stage academies. The more people there were, the stronger they were. For Morningstar Academy to suddenly have more than 30 nascent soul realm experts, Lin Yi already felt that it was very exaggerated. If it was in the other Heaven Stage Islands, it would definitely be a huge force. Lin Yi even doubted that there were so many nascent soul realm experts in the 3 pavilions of the Northern Island. One had to know that nascent soul realm experts were already qualified to be elders. The strength of the 3 pavilions of the Northern Island could not be considered weak, but it was not to the point where nascent soul realm experts were everywhere. But this unknown academy suddenly had more than 70 nascent soul realm experts, which was double the number of ordinary academies. This strength was a bit too exaggerated. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi finally came to a realization. No wonder those spectators didn't even dare to take a step closer. Furthermore, they didn't dare to fish in troubled waters even though there were so many empty lightning tribulation spots. If they dared to sneak in, it would be equivalent to offending all 3 academies at the same time. It was true that the lightning tribulation point had a protective formation, but after that, once you were targeted by the 3 academies, so what if you succeeded in breaking through to the profound ascension realm? Those who fished in troubled waters would surely die a horrible death. What's wrong? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao asked curiously when Lin Yi stopped walking again. The other Morningstar disciples behind them did not understand what was going on. They were all smart people, and knew that it would be difficult to gain anything by waiting here. Taking advantage of the fact that so many people were crowding around to watch the show, it would be a wise move to take the lead. Which school are those guys fighting Skycloud and Morning Pride? Lin Yi asked. To make it easier to identify, the disciples who came here to participate in the trial did not wear the uniform of their respective academies, but they all had the insignia of their respective academies on their shoulders. However, there was no full name on it. Lin Yi only recognized the insignia of Morning Pride, Soaring Cloud, and Morning Star. I don't know either. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and shook their heads. They had not been in the Eastern continent for a long time, and most of the time, they were focused on training with the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. They did not pay attention to the outside world. They knew a little about Morningstar Academy, but they did not know much about the other academies. I know that. Lu Xiaozhong, who was following closely behind the 3 of them, heard this, and hurriedly came over with an expression like he was presenting a treasure. I, Lu Xiaozhong, am too familiar with that academy's insignia. I've even fought someone from their academy before, and it was on their home ground. Everyone turned to look at him. This guy was too strong, fighting in the home ground of another academy. He was lucky that he didn't die. That was a close call. Fortunately, my old Lu arrived in time and pulled me out from under the saber. Otherwise, I would have been dead. TSK, TSK. I'm scared just thinking about it. Lu Xiaozhong recalled excitedly. This time, even Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. That excited expression on your face, and you're calling that fear? You look like you want to do it again. You still haven't told me what school this is. Lin Yi asked again. Oh, they are disciples of the Leidong Academy. The academy's logo is very easy to recognize, it's just 3 lightning pillars. Idiots are just like those who deserve to be struck by lightning. The person who designed this logo must have been struck by lightning before, haha. Lu Xiaozhong said as he laughed to himself. Leidong Academy. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that this place was called the Leidong Plain Island, and this sea was called the Leidong Sea. He asked, could it be that this is their home ground? Half. The Leidong City is in the Leidong Sea, not far from the Leidong Plain Island. It's the headquarters of the East Continent's Yellow Steppe Academy Alliance. It's one of the most important cities in the Yellow Steppe Sea, and the Leidong Academy is also one of the largest Yellow Steppe academies. Lu Xiaozhong explained. I see. Lin Yi nodded. No wonder they had the confidence to fight 2 against 1, it turned out to be one of the largest yellow steppe academies. They really had a strong foundation. Relying on their school's power, the idiots from the Leidong Academy are really overbearing. That time, I followed old Lu to Leidong City to join in the fun, just to buy a condensed nascent soul golden pill, but they relied on their numbers to attack me. I, little Lu, am not afraid of that, so I fought with them on the spot. As a result, more and more people came, and I almost died there. Lu Xiaozhong laughed. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. You fought with people in Leidong City, didn't they just increase their numbers? After all, any random passerby could be their friends or relatives. They attacked you just to buy a condensed nascent soul golden pill, aren't they a bit too overbearing? Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. He had heard that 6th and 7th grade pills could only be sold to the East Continent, but he had never heard that they could only be sold to the Academy itself. This kind of trade barrier was too overbearing. Chapter 4871. Isn't that so? That idiot from the Leidong Academy said he would buy it for 100,000 spirit jades. I, little Lu, thought that it would be fine as long as I bid higher than him, so I told the shopkeeper the price was 100,000 won. In the end, that idiot fought with me. He's so overbearing, he really needs to be taught a lesson. Lu Xiaozhong said indignantly. What the hell? Everyone covered their faces speechlessly, lamenting in their hearts that they were too naive to actually believe this guy's bullshit. Not to mention the disciples of the Leidong Academy, even if it was them, they would definitely fight this bastard. Lin Yi also looked at this guy, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The other party offered 100,000 spirit jades. If you really want to compete, at least bid 110,000. 101,001, isn't this just asking for a beating? Like father like son, this sentence was not false at all. He might not be able to see anything else, but this Lu Xiaozhong definitely learned 110 from his father. Master Lin, those idiots from the Leidong Academy are bullying people again. Do you think we should also join in? Help the weak and eradicate the bully for the sake of the will of heaven. Lu Xiaozhong's eyes rolled around and encouraged. Lin Yi simply didn't want to pay attention to him. These words from his mouth, no matter how it sounded, however, even without Lu Xiaozhong's encouragement, because of Hui Yuti's presence, Lin Yi couldn't really ignore it. Of course, if it wasn't for Hui Yuti, Lin Yi definitely wouldn't choose to step into these muddy waters. Since the Leidong City was the main city of the Leidong Academy and also the headquarters of the Golden Steppe Academy Alliance, needless to say, the two must be inextricably linked. Once he offended the Leidong Academy, perhaps he would become the enemy of the entire Golden Steppe Academy Alliance. Although Lin Yi wasn't afraid of trouble, he would never take the initiative to pick a fight, especially when he knew that the other party was not to be trifled with. He was even more unwilling to inexplicably become enemies with the other party. In fact, even without considering the background of the other party, just the more than 70 masters of the Yuanying stage in front of him were enough to make him think twice. Although Lin Yi's current strength was enough to deal with the masters of the profound ascending stage, and some of the masters of the Yuanying stage did not even need to be in his eyes, but the number of people was also a strong deterrent. But now that both sides were at each other's throats, even if it was only for the sake of Hui Yuti's safety, Lin Yi absolutely could not ignore it. In any case, he had done things like provoking powerful enemies for the sake of a woman many times in the past, and he had long since gotten used to it. Master Lin, it's better to avoid trouble. Let's go, shall we? Bao Zuoliang glared at Lu Xiaozhong. That's right, the Leidong Academy is not to be trifled with. What's more, the Morning Pride Academy is our archenemy, we can't help them even if we want to. Let's hurry and find the lightning calamity point. Su Kushing agreed. The only thing the two of them wanted to do now was to quickly find the lightning calamity point, and then used the lightning banner to kill Lin Yi. Other than that, the two of them did not want to complicate matters. Bullshit, with your little guts, calling you cowards is already giving you a lot of credit. Even if you find the lightning calamity point, you're just goods that will be robbed. Why don't you just fight him here? Lu Xiaozhong squinted at the two of them with disdain. What did you say? Bao Zuiliang's anger rose again. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to use the lightning banner to kill Lin Yi, he would have strangled the bastard Lu Xiaozhong on the spot. Everyone could not help but look at each other. Nothing had happened yet, and they were about to start fighting. If they really joined the battle, who knew who would kill them? All the eyes of the Morningstar Academy disciples fell on Lin Yi, waiting for him to make the final decision. Although they generally did not want to get involved in this mess, Lin Yi was after all the captain of the Morningstar Academy. I've decided to stay and take a look. Of course, if you have other plans, you can form your own team and explore ahead first. Lin Yi said after some thought. He could not force everyone's will just because of his own selfishness, so this was his only choice. Since Lin Yi had made his stand, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao would definitely stay. Lu Xiaozhong, who was a busybody, was even more eager to stay. Bao Zuiliang and Su Kexing, who had ulterior motives, naturally would not leave either. The remaining people were in a dilemma. Their original intention was to continue forward, but after losing Lin Yi, who was the strongest, it would be difficult for them to compete with the other academies even if they banded together. Moreover, they would not band together at all. They would only be unwilling to submit to each other, and in the end, they would split up. What would happen after splitting up was obvious from the scene in front of them. Any lightning calamity point that was easy to find would definitely be snatched away by the academy teams that banded together. If the others wanted to pick up the leftovers, they could only rely on pure luck. In the end, none of the people from the Morningstar Academy left. They all stayed. Although this was because there was no strong person to take the lead, it had to be said that this group of people was very sensible. At least, there were no brainless idiots who overestimated themselves. Lin Yi stared at Hui Yuti in the crowd from afar. He could not help but feel a little excited. However, he did not plan to just walk up like this, as it was easy to be misunderstood. It was better to see the situation clearly first. Is there someone you know inside? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, who were beside him, asked softly in surprise. They had always been more attentive, and Lin Yi's strange behavior naturally did not escape their eyes. Yes, Hui Yuti from the Morning Pride Academy. I told you about her. Lin Yi nodded. Really? Which one? The two women suddenly became interested. Both of them had heard about the trial in the West Island from Lin Yi. They were full of novelty and curiosity about Hui Yuti, a sister they had never met, and they were also a little grateful. After all, if she hadn't stayed by his side at that time, Lin Yi might have been dead. You'll know in a bit. Lin Yi was amused by their gossipy expressions. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a long-haired man from the Thunder Academy group slowly walked out under everyone's gaze. From the respectful expressions of the Thunder Academy disciples, this person should be the leader. I've long heard that the Morning Pride Academy has beauties. Why don't you accompany us to sleep? If you're satisfied, I can make the decision to let you have this place. I heard that one of the three fairies, Hui Yuti, is also here. Which one is it? Why don't you come out and let us have a look? Let's see if you're really as good as the rumors say. Is it the masked one? This person casually teased. Chapter 4872. Lin Yi frowned as he looked at the man. There was something familiar about him, and it was similar to him in some ways, but it wasn't obvious. Good suggestion, Chief. I heard that the women of Dawn Pride Academy are all very tasteful. It's such a rare opportunity, it'd be a shame if we don't have some fun. We'll leave third goddess Huiyuti to the chief, the rest can be divided among the rest. That's not enough, we have twice as many people as them, it'll have to be 2 against 1. I wonder if chief would mind letting everyone have some fun with third goddess. Yeah, even though I can't see her face clearly, but her body is so hot. TSK, those legs, those breasts, that butt, it'll be a regret for the rest of my life if I miss it this time. Chief, you can't just keep it all to yourself. The group of people from the Leidong Academy were cursing and swearing incessantly, each and every one of them criticizing the female disciples of the Morning Pride Academy. Among them, Huiyuti was naturally the focus of attention. After all, she was the third fairy. I've always been a generous person. If you want third goddess Wang Xinyan, you can have her, but you'll have to wait until I'm done playing. The leader of the group laughed without restraint. Shut up. If you want to fight, let's fight. Is this the only quality of the people from Leidong Academy? Huiyuti was shaking with anger. For a pure girl like her to be teased by so many people in front of her, no matter how good her temperament was, she'd still be furious. If you want to fight, let's fight. Alright, I didn't think that the legendary third goddess would be so straightforward. Are you going to fight me in bed for 300 rounds? I like it, hee. The leader of the group stared at Huiyuti and laughed. You! Huiyuti was momentarily speechless. She was a traditional and conservative girl, so how could she deal with such vulgar words? It was just that there were too many people involved in this situation, so she couldn't act on her own. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to fight the other party. Hey, the chief of Leidong Academy, right? Junior sister Yuti is mine. No one is allowed to touch her. At this time, someone suddenly stood in front of Huiyuti and blocked her. Lin Yi had thought that it was a hero who had jumped out to save the beauty, but when he took a closer look, he found that it was an old acquaintance, Ren Zhongyuan from the Soaring Cloud Academy. Not only Ren Zhongyuan, but Yi Xiaotian and Yao Jiuli were also standing beside him. They were all familiar faces. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange. He didn't find it strange that Yi Xiaotian and Yao Jiuli came here. After all, this Road of Giants trial was a gathering of the elites of the various Golden Stage academies. As long as their strength reached the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, they would not easily let go of this opportunity to attack the profound ascension realm. But why did Ren Zhongyuan also come? Although his strength was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, because of the 5 elements killing qi in his body, he was now a useless person who couldn't use his mental cultivation method. Could it be that someone helped him to resolve it? Lin Yi quickly thought of Ren Tianzuo. To be able to resolve his 5 elements killing qi, it seemed that this chief alchemist of the Soaring Cloud Academy was not an ordinary character. Who do you think you are? The leader of the Leidong Academy glanced at Ren Zhongyuan, and the contempt on his face was obvious. What a big tone. The name of the chief of the Leidong Academy sounds very scary, but we are all at the peak of the nascent soul realm. I really don't think you have anything to be afraid of. If you want to touch junior sister Yuti, you have to ask me first. Ren Zhongyuan was very unyielding. In fact, as long as he was in front of Huiyuti, he had always performed perfectly. He had the strength, and he had the bearing. Even if he didn't have it, he had to pretend to be decent, so that he could win the heart of the beauty. Is that so? Then I will do as you wish. The corner of the man's mouth curled up into a mocking smile, and the other disciples of the Leidong Academy revealed an expression of watching a good show. He gently raised a palm, and then casually slapped it like a fly. Bang! Ren Zhongyuan didn't even have time to react, and his whole body was directly sent flying, heavily smashing into the stone wall in the distance, unable to move. Not only the right side of his face, but his whole body was paralyzed on the spot. Good! The disciples of the Leidong Academy immediately cheered, while the disciples of the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy were scared to the point that their faces turned pale. This scene happened too suddenly. Ren Zhongyuan was already considered a first-class existence among them, but in the end, he was easily slapped away by the opponent. Was this guy really at the peak of the nascent soul realm? Originally, because they were equal in number, the disciples of the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy could still confront each other with an imposing manner. However, after this scene, everyone was immediately scared witless, and subconsciously retreated, suddenly losing the will to compete with the Leidong Academy. Fear before the battle, this was the description of this group of people. Ha ha ha, do you really think that since we are both at the peak of the nascent soul realm, you can act in front of me? The head of the Leidong Academy glanced at Ren Zhongyuan, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, then looked at the crowd disdainfully and said, "You better listen to me clearly, I am recognized as the number one in the nascent soul realm. Not to mention you trash at the peak of the nascent soul realm, even if it was a profound ascending stage expert, I have killed more than one or two." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Not only the disciples of the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy who were standing in front of him were trembling with fear, even the surrounding crowd subconsciously took a few steps back. He was clearly only at the peak of the nascent soul realm, but he was able to kill a profound ascending stage expert. This kind of thing was only a legend even in the Eastern Continent Academy, but this person from the Leidong Academy didn't seem to be joking at all. With his amazing performance of slapping away Ren Zhongyuan just now, maybe he really had the strength. I remember. This person is the head of the Leidong Academy, Wang Dianxing, the number one in the nascent soul realm in the Leidong Academy in recent years. At this time, someone in the crowd finally recognized the head of the Leidong Academy. Wang Dianxing. The legendary perfect nascent soul realm expert? After being reminded like this, the others finally reacted. That's right, this guy used to be the strongest newcomer in the Leidong Academy, I didn't expect him to sit in the head seat now. It's not as simple as being the head. You guys are really ignorant. I heard that after he reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, his strength was already comparable to a profound ascending stage expert, and could even compete with a profound ascending stage expert. After all, he is the legendary perfect nascent soul realm, there is not even one in 10,000, a genius among geniuses. Chapter 4873. He was a legendary perfect nascent soul stage master, only those profound ascending stage cultivators were his opponents, ordinary peak nascent soul stage cultivators like him were nothing in his eyes. Lin Yi looked at Wang Dianxing thoughtfully. No wonder he had a familiar feeling, he was also a perfect nascent soul cultivator. However, compared to himself and Huang Xiaotao, this guy was obviously a lot weaker. After all, the so-called perfect nascent soul was just a small sip of star ink milk when condensing the nascent soul. At most, it could only be regarded as a fake perfect nascent soul. In the whole world, probably only Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao could be so extravagant as to use star ink milk to bathe. Only this could be considered a true perfect nascent soul. How about it? Does anyone else want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Wang Dianxing's aura alone had impressively overshadowed all the disciples of Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's fate and hearing all kinds of legends about him, although this group of people had a lot of people, at this moment, they had completely lost the will to fight him. Just a moment ago, it was a group of wolves, now it was just a group of sheep trembling in front of a lion. Seems like there's no one else. No matter what, our Leidong Academy is also one of the top academies in the Golden Stage Alliance. I also don't want the academy to carry the bad name of bullying the weak. With your little strength, fighting us is just courting death. Wang Dianxing coldly looked at everyone and said. No one dared to refute, because this was the truth. Although the number of people was about the same, with him as the number one nascent soul stage cultivator, the Leidong Academy was definitely like a wolf and a tiger. Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy could only be one-sidedly trampled. I'll give you two choices now. You can either sleep with us, as long as you make us feel comfortable, after we break through to the profound ascension stage, we will naturally give you these thunder calamity points. If you don't agree, then there's only the second choice: get out of here." Wang Dianqing sneered. When he said this, he stared at Hui Yuri with a burning gaze. The veil only gave people a sense of mystery. He couldn't wait to take it off himself and admire the beauty of this third fairy. Putting aside that domineering tone, Wang Dianqing's words made Lin Yi feel rather strange. Even if he didn't sleep with them, as long as he waited patiently nearby, and waited for the people of Lei Dong Academy to finish their profound ascension, then went in, wouldn't it be the same? What was the point of his threat? Not only Lin Yi, but the others also had the same doubts. They couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. "Hey, this is your first time here, right?" "I've already been here twice, and I know the situation here like the back of my hand. Under normal circumstances, it would take at most 10 days to half a month to break through to the profound ascension realm, and 20 days is the limit. Once it exceeds this time, it's impossible. No matter how long it takes, it's meaningless." One of the older disciples shook his head. "Isn't that good? If 20 days is counted as one batch, 3 months is enough for 4 batches of people to come. Can't we just wait a little? Why do we need to be threatened like this?" Everyone asked in confusion. "That's normal, but these positions here are all good positions. In previous years, they have successfully attracted the thunder tribulation. If they succeed, they won't easily give it up. If you want these positions, you can only buy them at a high price, otherwise they will guard them and not let anyone in." The spectating disciple smiled bitterly. "That's too much." Everyone couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. The original intention of the Road of Giants was to produce more profound ascension experts, but these people's actions were completely the opposite. They actually used the thunder tribulation points for profit. It was really despicable and shameless. But it can't be that all of them will succeed, right? Someone couldn't help but ask. The difficulty of breaking through to the profound ascension realm was much greater than condensing the nascent soul. When condensing the nascent soul, one could use the condensed soul golden pill to help break through the barrier, but it was not possible to break through to the profound ascension realm. The Thunder Xian pill was only used to protect one's life under the thunder tribulation. Everything else could only be done by oneself, especially to fuse 2 kinds of spiritual roots together. This was something that had never been done before. The difficulty could be imagined. According to the data given by the Golden Stage Academy Alliance, the best result of the Road of Giants in the past was only 30%. In other words, even these Academy elites who were praised as the pride of the heavens, who had all kinds of favorable conditions that ordinary people couldn't reach, only 3 out of 10 people could succeed in breaking through. This was already the historical limit. If they didn't perform well, it was normal for not even 1 out of 10 to survive. Even they were like this, it was even more difficult for those who couldn't enter the academy. The profound ascension realm was the highest realm in the entire heavenly Tao realm, and it was also a wonderful fantasy for them. Only the geniuses among the geniuses could set foot in it, others could only dream about it. That's right, it's fine if it's a profound ascension realm master who successfully broke through, but if it's the kind that failed to break through, it's already good enough to save his life. How can he stop the people waiting outside? In order to break through to the profound ascension realm, he must be in his peak state. Someone also disagreed. Everyone is also a nascent soul realm master. One is exhausted and seriously injured, but the other is in his peak state and full of energy. What can he use to stop them? I think he should instead pay a high price to buy his life. Someone agreed. Hey, you guys haven't properly understood the Thunder Academy, right? The older-looking disciple shook his head again and again, curled his lips and said, "Do you know what the nickname of the Thunder Academy is?" What? Everyone was confused. Wolf Academy. As the name implies, the disciples of the Thunder Academy are a group of wolves. Not only are they overbearing and unreasonable, but they are also very united. As long as something falls into their hands, it's impossible for them to give it away. The Thunder retribution points here are the same, no matter if they succeed or not, they will always group together, guarded by everyone, and then sell it to others, the highest price wins. The older-looking disciple smiled bitterly, it seemed like he had suffered this loss before. So damn evil. At that time, they will be guarded by a group of profound Ascension Realm Masters, then what's the point? If you want Thunder retribution points, you can only obediently send yourself to their door to be slaughtered. Everyone suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, many of them had this idea, otherwise they wouldn't have been blocking here to watch the show, but now it seemed that it was impossible not to bleed. Chapter 48-74. As a result, the crowd immediately responded. There were many people who had been bullied by the people from the Leidong Academy. Lin Yi and the others looked at Lu Xiaozhong beside them and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy really wanted the world to be in chaos. That shout just now was from him, otherwise, so many onlookers would not suddenly become united against a common enemy. The commotion of the crowd naturally did not escape the eyes of the people from the Leidong Academy, but they all had a carefree look, and did not put the hostility of the crowd in their eyes at all. There were many people who had made enemies with their Leidong Academy, and they simply disdained to pay attention to this group of people who only knew how to gossip. At the same time, Wang Dianxing had already walked alone into the camp of the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy. In front of him alone, so many Yuanying stage experts could only retreat step by step, and not even one dared to stand up. It was really sad and lamentable. Renzhong Yuan's example was right in front of them, and even now he still didn't know whether he was dead or alive, who would dare to provoke the head of the Leidong Academy again. In front of everyone, Wang Dianxing directly swaggered in front of Hui Yudi, and reached out to take off her veil with an evil smile. Fairy Hua, now that things have come to this, I believe there is no need to choose. This is not only related to your own major event, but also related to the major event of all the disciples of your two academies. There is no point in pretending to be reserved. I heard that your Morning Pride Academy has the most women, isn't it just serving men? You should already be familiar with it, right? Ha 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 ha. Hui Yudi was the only one among the crowd who did not retreat, and dodged the other's hand. At this moment, she was already trembling with anger. Even if she knew that her strength was not as good as the other party, she was still ready to make a move. There were so many people from the two academies together, but they were still not as courageous as Hui Yudi, a girl. Thinking about it, people really didn't know what to say. But then again, the Morning Pride Academy was all female, and although the Soaring Cloud Academy was mainly male, this time the leader was Renzhong Yuan, Xiao Tian, these kinds of trash. Counting on them to fight against Wang Dianxing and the Leidong Academy was more reliable than counting on a sow to climb a tree. If Leng Rufin was here, it would be fine, but unfortunately, he was already a profound ascending stage master and would not come to this kind of place. Even Yang Qinxue, who had been beaten down to the peak of Yuanying realm, was not here, because her two kinds of spiritual root attributes had already merged, and if she wanted to return to the profound ascension realm, she didn't need to be as complicated as everyone else. She could trigger the thunder tribulation anywhere. At most, she just needed to prepare a thunder Xian pill in case of accidents, and if everything went well, she didn't even need the thunder tribulation. Wang Dianxing saw through Hui Yudi's plan and immediately laughed unscrupulously. Yo, I didn't expect you to be such an unyielding woman. That's just what I like. If you were a slut like other women, I wouldn't be satisfied if you just curled your finger and pounced on me. The more you resist, the happier I am, ha 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 ha. Hui Yudi would not talk nonsense with this guy with a mouth full of filthy words. She immediately gathered her true chi and was about to make a move. Even if it was for the benefit of so many academy disciples, she would never compromise. After all, it was related to her most valued reputation. Moreover, she had already seen through it. Even if they really compromised, the other party might not really give up the thunder tribulation point. At that time, the most likely outcome would be to draw water with a wicker basket, and be played by others for nothing. Come on, hit as hard as you can, don't worry, I won't slap you away like I did to that fool just now, I will only love you. Wang Dianxing teased with a frivolous face, and continued to reach out to touch Hui Yuti's face. Hui Yuti's strength was not in his eyes at all. To be more precise, he never put any Yuanying realm master in his eyes, because he was recognized as the #1 Yuanying realm master. The situation was on the verge of exploding, and at this moment, a person suddenly walked in from the crowd, and slowly said, "All right, don't talk nonsense here, I have taken a fancy to this place, if you know what's good for you, get out of here, or die." Along with the voice, this person calmly walked in front of Hui Yuti, and looked at Wang Dianxing with a relaxed face, that was called the wind and clouds. Lin Yi. Although Hui Yuti only looked at his back, she recognized him at a glance, and was immediately surprised and happy to shout out, but after seeing Lin Yi's subtle gesture behind his back, she quickly swallowed the words that were about to escape her mouth. Not only Hui Yuti, but Yi Xiaotian, Yao Jiuli, and the others also recognized him, and each of them turned pale with fright, not knowing what to say for a long time. "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, do you want to say it again?" Wang Dianxing rubbed his ears while looking at Lin Yi in surprise, thinking that he had been distracted for a moment, and with the example of Ren Zhongyuan, he really did not believe that anyone would dare to provoke him in public. "Ha! After all this time, you're a cripple, and you're still the first seat of the Leidong Academy, the handicapped seat, right?" Lin Yi squinted at him and curled his lips. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Everyone thought that Wang Dianxing would definitely win over Hui Yuti, and everyone wanted to take the opportunity to admire the beauty of the legendary third fairy, who would have thought that such a thorn would suddenly appear. The others were shocked, but the Morningstar students were even more shocked. Lu Xiaozhong, who'd been unhappy with Leidong for a long time, was gesticulating with joy, while the rest of the Morningstar students looked as if they were in deep trouble. Lin Yi was their temporary captain, and this wasn't just bad luck for him, but it was bad for them as well. Everyone's hearts were full of regret. He had been very calm the whole time. How did he suddenly become like this? If they had known earlier, they would not have agreed to let this guy be the captain even if they died. Only Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao's expressions were relatively calm. They knew the relationship between Lin Yi and Hui Yuti, and if Lin Yi still did not make a move at this time, then it would be really strange. On the other hand, Bao Zuoliang and Su Kexing both had a conflicted expression. Lin Yi was looking for death, and took the initiative to provoke a strong enemy like Wang Dianxing. If it was any other time, they would definitely be happy, but now they were both holding back and preparing to use the lightning banner. If Lin Yi was beaten on the spot by Wang Dianxing, then it would be fine, but if he was beaten half to death, what would happen if Lin Yi did not dare to break through to the profound ascension realm? Then wouldn't their previous preparations be in vain? Handicapped seat. Ha 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 ha, you're really an interesting person. Wang Dianxing did not fly into a rage like everyone thought he would, but instead, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he convulsed with laughter, almost choking on his breath. Chapter 4875. Is that so? Lin Yi didn't take it seriously and smiled faintly. He didn't need to say anything at all. Just this expression alone was enough to make people angry. Everyone around was completely shocked. They were all whispering and looking at each other. Who was this? How dare he jump out and offend 3 academies at the same time? They didn't know the relationship between Lin Yi and Hui Yuti. Judging from Lin Yi's words just now, he was ready to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Didn't that mean that he also offended Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy? The 3 academies added together, there were a total of 150 Yuanying stage masters, not to mention Wang Dianxing, the #1 Yuanying stage master. Let's not talk about strength, at least this guy's courage really broke through the sky. Of course, these people from Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy must have recognized Lin Yi. This guy was an out-and-out ruthless person. After experiencing the West Island trial and the ancient worship, it was impossible for them not to recognize him. At this time, Ren Zhongyuan, with the help of Yi Xiaotian, limped back to the soaring cloud camp. His expression was extremely complicated. Because there was no response from the West Mountain Master, both of them thought that Lin Yi was already dead. After all, no matter how they thought about it, they didn't think that Lin Yi could escape from a profound ascension late-stage evil cultivator. They didn't expect that not only did Lin Yi not die, but he also stood in front of them and suddenly jumped out to interfere. However, although they hated Lin Yi at this time, they still unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Dianqing was indeed powerful, but who didn't know that when Lin Yi was only in the middle stage of Yuanying stage, he fought with the powerful Leng Ruffing for a whole half a month, and in the end, Leng Ruffing was beaten to his knees. And now, it seemed that Lin Yi was already in the Yuanying stage, and his strength had skyrocketed a lot compared to before. What else could it be other than courting death to go against him? Therefore, whether it was Soaring Cloud Academy or Morning Pride Academy, no one dared to speak at this time. They all chose to remain silent with a strange expression. Everyone from the Leidong Academy felt a little strange when they saw this scene. From their expressions, it was clear that they recognized this reckless brat. But what did that strange expression mean? Even if it was someone they knew, after witnessing the scene just now, they should know what would happen to a peak Yuanying cultivator if they met Wang Dianqing. Shouldn't they feel that this kid was overestimating himself? If one or two of them had this kind of expression, then so be it, but the crucial point was that everyone had this kind of expression. Everyone from the Leidong Academy immediately sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that this brat was not simply a fool, but a truly ruthless person? The other Leidong Academy disciples looked at each other, but Wang Dianqing did not put Lin Yi in his eyes. As the #1 nascent soul cultivator, only a true profound ascending stage expert could be his opponent. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Wang Dianqing was just about to slap Lin Yi to death like he did to Ren Zhongyuan, but when he looked up, he saw that there were a few more people behind Lin Yi. There were actually two great beauties among them. His eyes immediately lit up. It was Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Huang Xiaotao was used to wearing a veil, but Wang Xinyan did not have this habit. After being noticed by everyone was stunned. Wang Dianqing froze for a moment, then drooled, "Yo, isn't this another one of the three fairies of the Gaolin Sea? Isn't she called Wang Xinyan?" Although the Gaolin Sea wasn't like the Leidong Sea where the headquarters of the school alliance was located, it was the largest of all the golden class seas. It was also geographically located in the center, connecting almost all the other golden class seas. Even the slightest movement would immediately spread in all directions. With this background, the three fairies of the Gaolin Sea were almost the same as the top beauties of the entire golden class sea. Their names were known by everyone, and all kinds of versions of their portraits had already spread. People might not be able to recognize someone like Hui Yuri with a veil, but someone like Wang Xinyan who was so calm would cause a commotion no matter where she went. Seeing that Wang Xinyan was standing so close to Lin Yi, Wang Dianqing couldn't help but speculate. Could she have followed this kid here? To be able to get the three fairies' attention, this kid must have some luck with women. He couldn't be the young master of some big family, could he? Other than this explanation, Wang Dianqing couldn't think of any other reason for Wang Xinyan to follow him willingly. After all, the kid in front of him didn't have any strong aura at all. He was probably relying on the fact that he had a strong background. Only a rich young master who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would say something so stupid. It was a pity that the road to becoming a big shot didn't look at background, only strength. Wang Xinyan didn't even bother to look at Wang Dianqing. Although they shared the same surname, she didn't feel like she was from the same family as this guy with a mouth full of filth 500 years ago. Not to mention 500 years, even 5,000 or 50,000 years would make her feel disgusted. TSK, looks like it. Looks like the fortune teller was right. I'm really lucky with women today, meeting two fairies at once. I wonder what it'll feel like to play with two fairies, ha 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 ha. The more Wang Dianqing thought about it, the happier he got. He curled his lips and said to Lin Yi, "Kid, for the sake of the three fairies, I'll pretend I didn't hear your stupid words just now. But you have to let her play with me. As long as she pleases me, I'll give you the lightning punishment points afterward. How about it?" "Not much." Lin Yi looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. He didn't continue talking nonsense with him. He turned to the crowd and said, "All right, everyone is dismissed. The battle is over." What did he mean? Everyone was confused. The battle hadn't even started yet, why was it over already? Was this kid going to admit defeat? Everyone looked at each other, confused. In the end, they saw Lin Yi casually raise his hand and slap Wang Dianqing's face. Was there something wrong with this kid? Everyone from the Leidong Academy couldn't bear to watch. Everyone could tell that this brat was imitating Wang Dianqing's stance when he sent Ren Zhongyuan flying. Unfortunately, it was just a stance. He was the #1 nascent soul cultivator, that's why he had such strength and confidence. Who the hell do you think you are? Wang Dianqing was so angry that he wanted to laugh. His chi barrier was a defensive martial art that was specially trained in. Even if he just stood there and let the guy slap him, he'd only tire the idiot to death. But he wasn't going to let the guy do as he pleased. He wanted to slap back as well. Let's see who'd win. Chapter 4876. Hiss. The audience gasped in unison. Even Ren Zhongyuan and the others, who knew how ruthless Lin Yi was, could not close their mouths for a long time. All of them desperately looked up at the sky, because Wang Dianqing, who was known as the #1 Yuanying stage cultivator, was slapped down from the sky at this moment. Lin Yi waved his hand disappointedly and said, "This is also recognized as the #1 Yuanying stage cultivator?" Who recognized it? Bought it? Everyone had long been petrified. Listening to his words, they could only desperately complain in their hearts. Even if he was not recognized by the cultivation world, he was at least recognized by Lei Dong City. Who would have thought that he would meet a freak like you? The entire audience was deathly silent for a long time, and only when Wang Dianqing fell from the sky did they finally begin to discuss spiritedly. At this time, this unbridled and ostentatious Lei Dong Academy's head had already fallen like a dead dog. His mouth was full of blood, and he could no longer crawl back up. Everyone thought that Ren Zhongyuan was already miserable enough, but now, there was someone who fell even more miserably, and it was Wang Dianqing himself. Karma really came fast. Although he could not get up, Wang Dianqing did not die on the spot. He still had the strength to struggle desperately on the ground. Looking at Lin Yi in front of him as if he was looking at a monster, he shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. How is this possible? You are actually in the middle stage of profound ascension. How did you get in?" Everyone had already recovered a little, but when they heard his words, they suddenly gasped in unison, almost suffocating to death. Their nerves had been shocked to the point of numbness. If these words came from someone else, they would at most think that it was deliberately exaggerated, but at this moment, it was Wang Dianqing who said it, so the credibility was not the same. After all, the strength of the head of Lei Dong Academy was comparable to the early stage of profound ascension, or even the peak of the early stage of profound ascension. To be able to slap him like this, it could only be a middle stage profound ascension master. The people of Qinzhou Academy and Shangyun Academy were at least mentally prepared. Anyone who had seen or heard of the fierce battle between Lin Yi and Leng Ruffing would not be surprised by this result. However, the spectators from the Leidong Academy didn't know about this. At this moment, their gazes towards Lin Yi weren't just filled with shock, but complete reverence. If it was said that Lin Yi was just an early-stage profound ascension expert, then he might have found the thunder tribulation point as soon as he entered. Adding on the fact that he broke through quickly, there was still a chance, but to say that he was a middle-stage profound ascension expert, that was absolutely impossible. How much time had passed since he came in? Not even half a day had passed. To be able to break through to the profound ascension early stage was already amazing, but profound ascension middle stage. What kind of speed was that? Based on this deduction, that guy must have been a mysterious ascension middle stage expert before he came in, but that was impossible. Let's not talk about why he, a profound ascension middle stage expert, would be able to sneak in. Just the special mechanism of the teleportation array had already determined that this was impossible. The teleportation array here was specially set up by the School Alliance. Although it could teleport out profound ascending stage masters, the upper limit of strength to teleport in was only nascent soul perfect stage. This was to ensure at least fairness. Otherwise, if any school had ulterior motives and sent a few profound ascending stage experts to cause trouble, everyone would not be able to smoothly break through. Everyone was puzzled. It was not that no one thought that Lin Yi was actually just a nascent soul perfect stage, but this possibility seemed even more unreliable to them than the profound ascending middle stage. A mere nascent soul perfect stage could match up to the profound ascending middle stage. Even if you were joking, there had to be a limit. Wang Dianxing was the legendary perfect nascent soul, and that was at most comparable to the peak of the profound ascending early stage. But no matter what, facing a profound ascending middle stage, fierce person like Lin Yi, seeing Wang Dianxing's miserable appearance, the people of the Thunder Academy were all dumbfounded, and all of a sudden, they lost the momentum to fight against Lin Yi. Although they had a lot of people, and might be able to kill Lin Yi together, the problem was that the other party was not one person. In the end, the group of overbearing Leidong Academy disciples carried Wang Dianxing, who was lying on the ground. Although they were unwilling, they still retreated in fear. What bullshit Wolf Academy? I think it's more like a sheep pen. Lu Xiaozhong's eyebrows were dancing as he stabbed at the back, making everyone's stomachs hurt. But when they saw Lin Yi, they could only lower their heads and run as fast as they could. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to stay here. He single-handedly forced the wolfish Leidong Academy to retreat. The others were completely stunned by this scene. Even the people from the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy were in disbelief. What did it mean to blow the sky? This was what it meant to blow the sky. Lin Yi. Hui Yuti could finally take off her veil at this point. She ran over excitedly, ignoring the strange looks from the others as she hugged Lin Yi's arm. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao jumped, but they smiled at each other and took a step back, giving her and Lin Yi some space. I've been wondering if you'd come since the first day I got here. Too bad I couldn't act on my own before, so I didn't have the chance. Now I've finally found you. Lin Yi smiled as he hugged her. He didn't know why, but after a few months of separation, the two didn't feel estranged. Instead, they felt closer. Was this what they meant by absence makes the heart grow fonder? This thought suddenly appeared in Hui Yuti's mind, scaring her and making her cheeks burn. She hadn't even done anything with Lin Yi yet. How was this a wedding? I didn't expect to see you here, I'm so happy. Hui Yuti said softly, blushing. Lin Yi was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul when he left Soaring Cloud Academy, and even with her relationship with Lin Yi, she didn't think they'd meet again on the Road of Giants. This was a huge surprise for her. Me too. Lin Yi smiled, and then glanced to the side. Yi Xiaotian was supporting Ren Zhongyuan as he limped over, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ren Zhongyuan's heart was in a mess right now. Seeing his sweetheart act like a spoiled child next to Lin Yi naturally made him jealous, but even Wang Dianxing had suffered greatly under Lin Yi's hands. In the end, he didn't even dare let out a fart and ran away. What could he do? Chapter 4877. That. Ren Zhongyuan squeezed out a very stiff smile and awkwardly moved closer. As a result, Lin Yi glanced at him and he was immediately frightened to the point of not daring to move. Are you still not going to scram? Our Morning Star Academy has taken this place. Lin Yi coldly looked at him and Yi Xiaotian and the others. Ha! Ren Zhongyuan and the others immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Just now, when they saw Lin Yi single-handedly force the Leidong Academy to retreat, they were still relieved, thinking that they could finally keep these thunder retribution points. They never thought that the wolves were chased away, and in the end, an even more ferocious hanging eyes white-fronted tiger came in. The people of Morning Star Academy were overjoyed, while the disciples of Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy were all grieving. Even Wang Dianxing and the others from the Leidong Academy were scared by Lin Yi, not to mention them, who had a deeper understanding of Lin Yi's strength. At this moment, they could only look on with envy, and did not dare to move. In fact, Lin Yi's words were not purely to vent his anger. After all, his current identity was still the temporary leader of the Morning Star team, and the Morning Star Academy and Morning Pride Academy were sworn enemies. He was not afraid of causing trouble for the Morning Star Academy. If he did not do this, when he returned, he might be blamed by Ling Yuanqing and the others. Soaring Cloud, on the other hand, had always been on the same side as Dawn Pride Academy. It didn't matter to Lin Yi at all. Ren Zhongyuan and the other idiots were the reason why Lin Yi didn't like them. Let them complain all they wanted. This. Ren Zhongyuan, Yi Xiaotian, and Yao Jiuli looked resentful, but they did not retreat immediately. Instead, they looked at Hui Yudi eagerly, hoping that she would put in a good word or two for the sake of their past relationship. After all, there were more than 50 thunder retribution points here. Even if the Morning Star Academy took 30, there would still be more than 20 left. Rather than letting the onlookers take advantage of it, it would be better to give it to these familiar faces. Anyway, it would not cause any loss to Lin Yi and the Morning Star Academy. However, they were obviously overthinking things. These so-called familiar faces were nothing but negatives to Lin Yi. Did they think they were plus points? If it wasn't for them, the other students from the Morning Pride Academy and the Soaring Cloud Academy would have been able to get a few spots. But now, they were all ruined. For a moment, the students from the two academies who knew about the conflict between Lin Yi and Ren Zhongyuan's group all glared at them with extreme resentment. If it were someone else, they would have been beaten to death on the spot. They were the black sheep of the herd. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with these people, and immediately directed the disciples of the Morning Star Academy to enter the lightning tribulation point. As for the remaining 20 or so disciples, he gave full authority to Hui Yudi, and told her to find a few disciples who had a good relationship with her to divide them up. The others could only obediently squat at the side and watch the show. Junior Apprentice Sister Yudai. Junior Sister Yudi. When Ren Zhongyuan and the others saw that the decision was in Hui Yudi's hands, they immediately felt that their opportunity had come. They quickly came over and said, "Even if we don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. Even if it's for the sake of our two academies advancing and retreating together, you can't not give us a single spot, right? If it's really not possible, we can also buy it with spirit jades. I didn't say that I wouldn't give you a single spot." Hui Yudi glanced at them. Without waiting for Ren Zhongyuan and the others to be happy, she called out to the other disciples of the Soaring Cloud Academy. In the past, she had studied at the Soaring Cloud Academy for a period of time, so she could still find a few good friends. Looking at the few people who were happily entering the lightning tribulation point, Ren Zhongyuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. They only felt a burning pain on their faces. This silent slap to the face was too fucking crisp. The other people who were watching the show looked at Ren Zhongyuan gloating while staring at the lightning tribulation point. They had more people than the Morning Star Academy. Seeing the group of people leisurely walking into the lightning tribulation point, they couldn't help but be tempted. However, with Lin Yi there, even if they borrowed 100 guts, they still wouldn't dare to make a move. After all, this was the middle stage of the mysterious ascended realm. Who would dare to offend him? Everyone else had already entered the lightning tribulation point, only Lin Yi and the others didn't immediately enter. On one hand, it was to suppress the surrounding crowd of onlookers. On the other hand, after not seeing each other for a few months, they naturally wanted to catch up. Especially since it was the first time Hui Yudi, Wang Xinyan, and Huang Xiaotao met. Little sister greets sister Xinyan, sister Xiaotao. Hui Yudi greeted the two girls with a red face. What? Aren't you older than them? And you still call them big sisters? Lin Yi, who was at the side, immediately laughed. In the end, when he turned his head, he saw Hui Yudi staring at him with a face full of killing intent. He hurriedly smiled with cold sweat on his forehead. Talking about age in front of a girl was simply courting death. What are you talking about? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao glared at Lin Yi at the same time. Immediately, Lin Yi felt a lot of pressure. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was the rhythm of accidentally angering the crowd. Wang Xinyan intimately held Hui Yudi's hand and smiled softly. Although I'm a little unworthy of you calling me big sister, but because of a certain someone, we are indeed sisters. We should keep in touch in the future. Xiaotao and I don't have many friends in the eastern continent, so us sisters will have many companions. Lin Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up inwardly. He didn't realize that Wang Xinyan had the potential to become the master of the harem. You're right, big sister. Hui Yudi shyly smiled and flirtatiously glanced at Lin Yi. She clearly hadn't done anything with Lin Yi yet, but Wang Xinyan's words were equivalent to indirectly establishing a status for her. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. At this moment, she was quite glad that these women of Lin Yi's were easy to get along with. Needless to say, Han Jingjing and the others, even Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, whom she met for the first time, were as gentle as water. Otherwise, if it were a girl with a strong or jealous personality, her relationship with Lin Yi would be a little difficult. Sister Yudi, you really are a pitiful person. Both of us were shocked when we heard him mention you before. You can even trick the younger sister of one of the three fairies into your hands. Someone really has a lot of luck with women. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and smiled. Not at all. Isn't Big Sister Xinyan also one of the three fairies? Also, Big Sister Xiaotao's beauty is not below Little Sister's. If I were to say that I'm pitiful, then these two big sisters are the real deal. Hui Yudi covered her mouth and laughed. Listening to the compliments between the three women, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh in his heart. As expected, no matter what kind of woman they were, they liked to be praised for their beauty. After a few words of compliments, the three women who met for the first time immediately became like sisters. Listening to the compliments between the three women, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh in his heart. As expected, no matter what kind of woman they were, they liked to be praised for their beauty. After a few words of compliments, the three women who met for the first time immediately became like sisters. Chapter 48-78. That's true. Lin Yi nodded. He knew that Wang Xinyan was the third fairy because he happened to hear it from someone else. Wang Xinyan never mentioned it. You're really going to become famous in the East Continent now. 2 of the 3 fairies have fallen into your hands. Who knows how many men are gnashing their teeth and cursing you behind your back? Huang Xiaotao said playfully. It's because you're used to covering your face, Xiaotao. Otherwise, you'd be the 3rd fairy too. Xinyan found it interesting. But it's not good to be the target of public criticism. You have to be careful in the future. There are many people in the East Continent who will do anything to achieve their goals. Hui Yudi looked at Lin Yi worriedly. Don't worry. I'm already used to it. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's talk about it later. Let's go to the Thunder Tribulation Point first. Okay. The 3 girls nodded. They looked at each other and walked into the 3 thunder tribulation points next to each other. At this time, almost everyone was in position. The protective array was activated one after another. No one could disturb them. Lin Yi walked towards the thunder tribulation point. Unexpectedly, a woman suddenly followed him. Lin Yi turned around and saw that it was Qin Yu. At this time, the 2 disciples who were close to her had entered the thunder tribulation point. She was alone. Because of what he saw before, Lin Yi felt a little disgusted with her. However, he didn't lose his temper on the spot. He just frowned and said, "What's the matter?" "Master Lin, do you know the people from the Soaring Cloud Academy?" Qin Yu looked around carefully. After making sure there was no one else, she asked in a low voice. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't know why she asked this, but he still nodded. Qin Yu was happy. She quickly took out a very small plain wooden box and handed it to Lin Yi. She begged, "If I can't get out of the thunder tribulation point this time, Master Lin, please help me pass this to a person named Jiang Hahai from the Soaring Cloud Academy. I will be very grateful." What? Lin Yi was even more stunned. When he opened the wooden box, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were 2 pills inside. One was the golden pill of condensing nascent soul, and the other was the essence cultivation pill. They had more than what Jiang Hahai had given him. Seeing Lin Yi's strange expression, Qin Yu thought that he didn't want to agree. She knelt down on the spot and said, "Master Lin, I know that this request is very presumptuous, but I really have no other choice. I hope that Master Lin can help me. I will repay your kindness in my next life." Lin Yi was even more astonished. Seeing Qin Yu like this, she seemed to have the will to die. He had never seen anyone with such a mentality to challenge the profound ascension realm. What made him even more interested was that both Jiang Hahai and Qin Yu had asked him to help them carry their things. Did he look like a courier? Speaking of which, he couldn't be blamed. Who asked him to coincidentally be related to these 2 academies, and was a high and mighty figure in everyone's eyes? If it had been an ordinary disciple, Jiang Hahai and Qin Yu probably wouldn't have dared to ask for help, no matter how reliable their character was. After all, regardless of whether it was the golden pill of condensing nascent soul or the essence cultivation pill, these were rare pills. 9 out of 10 ordinary people would probably want to stuff their pockets with these pills. Only someone like Lin Yi wouldn't be interested in such a small profit. However, what really surprised Lin Yi was something else. From the situation on the way here, Qin Yu clearly had an ambiguous relationship with the other 2 male Morning Star disciples. If she had always been thinking about Jiang Hahai, why did she do this? Lin Yi helped her up from the ground, but before he could ask, Qin Yu had already said with red eyes, "Thank you, Master Lin. If you see Jiang Hahai, tell him that I, Qin Yu, have let him down. Tell him to cultivate properly and find another partner." Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yu's face was already flowing with tears. Choking with sobs, she turned around and was about to enter the lightning tribulation point. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there was more to this than met the eye. Previously, he had thought that she was the same kind of woman as Situ Qian, but now it seemed that she wasn't. If Qin Yu was really that kind of woman, she wouldn't be thinking about Jiang Hahai so much after getting together with another man. A golden pill of condensing nascent soul and the essence cultivation pill. If these 2 were to be sold, it wouldn't be a small amount. Even if Qin Yu couldn't use them, she could still exchange them for an astronomical amount of spirit jades. They could definitely be exchanged for all kinds of extremely useful cultivation resources. After all, these 2 pills were very popular in the Yellow Sea region, especially the latter. If it wasn't for Jiang Hahai, Qin Yu definitely wouldn't have taken these 2 pills out. To any nascent soul expert, this was considered a huge investment. However, this was obviously not the right time to ask about this. Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her and asked, "Wait. What do you mean by that? Didn't you make any preparations to deal with the lightning tribulation?" Although the difficulty of breaking through to the profound ascension realm was extremely high, as long as there was a thunder profound pill, it could at least guarantee one's life. In fact, even if there was no thunder profound pill, as long as there was a life-saving pill like the 7th grade Great Recovery pill, there was no need to worry too much. There was no need to be like Qin Yu, who had a suicidal attitude. To be honest, although fighting with one's back to the river was highly respected, it wasn't a good thing to use this kind of mentality to break through. Breaking through was about natural success, and it wasn't about risking your life. Once your mentality was too tense, you would fall into a disadvantage. If you made a slight mistake, the consequences would often be unimaginable. No. Qin Yu shook her head, and her expression returned to calmness. "I don't have a thunder profound pill, and I don't have extra spirit jades to buy some healing and life-saving pills. So this time, if I don't succeed, I'll die trying." Lin Yi was even more certain of his thoughts now. The 2 pills in his hands couldn't be exchanged for a thunder profound pill, but at least it was more than enough to exchange for a 7th grade Great Recovery pill, and it should be easy to exchange for it. After all, during the period before the start of the Road of Giants, the vitality cultivating pill was much more popular than the Great Recovery pill. As long as the news was released, there would be people coming to the door in minutes. There was no need to spend any effort at all. He could obviously do this, but in the end, he still risked his life to give it to Jiang Hahai. After all, for an ordinary nascent soul expert, the value of an vitality cultivating pill and a condensing soul golden pill was almost infinite. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then he took a deep breath, took out a thunder profound pill and handed it to Qin Yu. Chapter 4879. However, Qin Yu immediately thought that the other party was the master of the chief alchemist Qing Danzi. The Thunder Xian pill was not something that was hard to obtain for him, so it would not be too shocking for him to casually take it out and give it to someone else. However, there was no rhyme or reason between them, so how could she accept such a gift? "You misunderstood. I did not give it to you. It was Jiang Hahai who gave it to you." Lin Yi shook his head. "Jiang Hahai." Qin Yu could not help but be stunned. She looked at Lin Yi in confusion, unable to react. "That's right. When I left the Soaring Cloud Academy, he asked me to give it to you. That's why I know you. You are his fiancée," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Ah." Qin Yu had just managed to stop her tears with great difficulty, but when she heard this, her tears involuntarily flowed out again. The warmth that welled up in her heart instantly wiped away all her unwillingness and grievances. Women could be very strong, but at the same time, they could be very fragile. Qin Yu's crying soon attracted the attention of the people in the distance. They were all pointing at her. This profound ascension intermediate stage ruthless man was really affectionate. Not only did he marry 2/3 fairies, he even went to seduce another woman. It seemed that he was using the Thunder Xian point to force this woman to give herself to him. Otherwise, why would she cry? However, the people were just watching the fun. Flirting was a common problem for men. As long as they were strong enough, it was natural for them to marry as many beauties as they wanted. There was nothing to criticize about this. Listening to the discussion around him, Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. He then said to Qin Yu, "All right, you can focus on your breakthrough first. We'll talk about other things after you come out." "Okay. Thank you, Master Lin." Qin Yu nodded heavily. She turned around and walked towards the Thunder Xian point. However, the moment she walked into the Thunder Xian point, she could not help but look back at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. She was not a fool. She was too emotional just now to react, but now that she had calmed down a little, she immediately felt that something was wrong. With Jiang Hahai's ability, she would believe it if he gave her a condensing nascent pill. But the Thunder Xian pill. This was not within the scope of Jiang Hahai's ability at all. However, it was too late for her to say anything. Because Lin Yi had also walked into the Thunder Xian point, he had activated the protective array and was ready to break through to profound ascension. Qin Yu thought that with Lin Yi's identity and ability, he must have a lot of Thunder Xian pills. That was why he gave her one so casually. You did not know what she would think if she knew that Lin Yi had the last one. In fact, this was indeed Lin Yi's miscalculation. Because the people around him had already prepared the Thunder Xian pill, he only kept one for himself. Even if there were a lot of Thunder Xian vines in the jade space, he didn't have the intention to take them out and make them. He didn't expect to encounter this situation, and even if he wanted to make one now, it was too late. In fact, this was indeed a mistake on Lin Yi's part. Because the Thunder Xian pill was already prepared, he only kept the last one for himself. Even if there were a lot of Thunder Xian vine in the jade pendant space, he did not have the intention to refine it at first glance. He did not expect to encounter this kind of thing. In this case, even if he wanted to refine it now, it was too late. Along the way, some of the Thunder Xian points that were closer to the entrance had already begun to operate. Lin Yi had carefully observed the Thunder Xian tribulations triggered by others. At first glance, it was really shocking. A normal Yuanian Great Perfection expert might be turned into an electric baton on the spot. Its power was extraordinary. However, if it was just a lightning strike of this level, Lin Yi did not think that it could cause any substantial harm to him. After all, compared to the time when he received the inheritance of the giant eel, it was simply too far apart. No matter what, Lin Yi also had a thunder attribute spirit root. Ordinary lightning strikes were not harmful to him. Instead, it was a rare supplement that could make his lightning power stronger. Only when it exceeded the upper limit of his tolerance would it cause real lightning damage. But even then, the damage would be greatly reduced. Therefore, when trying to break through to the profound ascension realm, others without the protection of the Thunder Xian pill would have a slim chance of survival. But for Lin Yi, it could not be said that there was no impact at all, but at most, it would be a small trouble, and it would interfere a little when he condensed his spirit root. If it weren't for this strong self-confidence, even if Lin Yi sympathized with Qin Yu, he would not take his own life as a joke. He would not be so compassionate to the point of being hopeless. Sitting in the middle of the Thunder Xian point, Lin Yi took a deep breath, closed his eyes to adjust his state, and officially began to break through to the profound ascension realm. The people who were still watching looked at each other. They believed Wang Dianqing's words and thought that Lin Yi was a profound ascension middle stage master. But why would a profound ascension middle stage master run to the Thunder Xian point? Could it be that this guy was not a profound ascension middle stage master? Just as this doubt appeared in everyone's mind, they saw that Lin Yi in the Thunder Xian point began to circulate his mental cultivation method with all his strength. The protective array only played a protective role, and did not block out the situation inside. Everyone was immediately stunned. This guy was actually a nascent soul great perfection. Plop. At this time, the people of the Thunder Academy had not gone far with Wang Dianqing. After hearing the exclamations of the crowd, their hands trembled, and the originally miserable number 1 nascent soul cultivator fell to the ground on the spot. Immediately adding insult to injury, he fainted from the pain. After a long while, the dignified head of the Thunder Academy finally woke up. The first thing he did was desperately struggle to look in the direction of Lin Yi. With just a glance, his heart immediately broke. How is this possible? How is this possible? This kid is only at the nascent soul great perfection, but he actually has the strength comparable to the profound ascension middle stage. Wang Dianqing was at a disadvantage. If he had fainted just now, he would probably die with grievances. That's right, the head is already the legendary perfect nascent soul, which is at most comparable to the peak of the profound ascension early stage. How can that guy be comparable to the profound ascension middle stage? Could it be that he took some medicine? The others also found it hard to believe. That's impossible. Even if he took medicine, he can only take it when he is about to break through to the profound ascension stage. If he took it halfway and then went to break through to the profound ascension stage, wouldn't he be courting death? Someone shook his head and analyzed. That's right. What kind of medicine in the world can make a nascent soul great perfection instantly comparable to the profound ascension middle stage? If there really was such a medicine, then wouldn't everyone go crazy to snatch it? The others also felt that it was impossible. Everyone looked at each other, then turned to look at Wang Dianxing. Among them, the one who was most likely to see through Lin Yi's background was the head of the Thunder Academy who had fought with him before. Chapter 4880. If he lost to a profound ascension middle stage master, other than being a little unwilling, he wouldn't feel that it was a big deal. After all, he was only at the nascent soul great perfection. When he reached the profound ascension middle stage, he would even be able to defeat the profound ascension late stage. Bullying a nascent soul great perfection was nothing. However, if the opponent was a nascent soul great perfection like himself, then the blow would be too great. Not only was he the head of the Thunder Academy, but he was also the #1 nascent soul stage cultivator with a perfect nascent soul stage. Let's not talk about whether this title was true or not. At least, Wang Dianxing had always been a super genius that attracted attention. He was invincible in the same level, and it was precisely because of this crushing pressure that Wang Dianxing was able to create today's Wang Dianxing. His strength did not only come from his own strength, but also from the confidence that he was invincible in the same level. But now that he had met Lin Yi, this confidence was instantly shattered. Once he lost his strong self-confidence, Wang Dianxing was no longer the existence known as the #1 nascent soul stage cultivator, but just an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator. Even if Wang Dianxing's injuries could recover, his self-confidence was gone forever. It was estimated that even if he tried to break through to profound ascension this time, it would be very difficult for him to succeed. The people of the Thunder Academy carried the dazed Wang Dianxing further and further away. More than half of the onlookers had also dispersed, and the remaining people were prepared to stay and try their luck. After Lin Yi and the others broke through to profound ascension, if they were lucky, they might be able to get to the Thunder Tribulation Point. According to past experience, as long as there was a suitable Thunder Tribulation Point on the road of a tyrant, it would take 3 to 5 days at the fastest, and half a month at the slowest. Of course, if it was outside, it might not even be able to trigger the Thunder Tribulation for a year and a half. But this time, everyone was lucky enough to have their eyes opened, because they saw that some people did not even need 3 to 5 days. From start to finish, it was not even a day. It was not Lin Yi, nor was it Wang Xinyan and Hui Yudi, but two guys who were not valued by the onlookers before, Bao Zuoyang and Su Kexing. The two of them were the first to enter the lightning tribulation point amongst the morning stars, and they had chosen a more remote location that would not attract much attention. For the sake of breaking through to the profound ascension realm, they had made ample preparations, and each of them had a Thunder Xian core. Bao Zuoyang was, after all, the son of a city lord. His background was deep, and he was able to get his hands on such a rare elixir like the profound thunder pill, and two of them at once, which made Su Kexing bask in his glory. If it was just the thunder profound pill, it would be fine. It could only save their lives during the thunder tribulation. It would not allow them to be faster than others. However, don't forget that Bao Zuoyang still had the lightning guiding banner. In this place where the thunderclouds were dense, a light wave of the lightning guiding banner could easily attract a lightning strike. Bao Zuoyang only had to make a slight move and the lightning tribulation for the two of them had already arrived. In fact, if they did not want to, relying on the lightning guiding banner, they would not even need to go through the lightning tribulation. However, this way, they would not be able to use the power of the lightning tribulation to temper the spirit roots in their bodies. They would not be able to fuse the two spirit roots into one, and naturally, they would not be able to break through to the profound ascension realm. It had to be said that although Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing had a bellyful of evil tricks, their strength was still quite good. After attracting the lightning tribulation, they successfully broke through in just one day, and became the first profound ascension experts to come out of the Morning Star Academy. At this moment, the others, including Lin Yi, had not even attracted the lightning tribulation, let alone successfully breaking through to the profound ascension realm. The two of them were the first to break through at such a frightening speed, causing the spectators outside to be shocked. They looked at each other in dismay and started discussing. Since when did this unknown Morning Star Academy become so powerful? First, it was a heaven-defying great perfection nascent soul stage that was comparable to the profound ascension middle stage, and then there were two guys who broke through in just one day. In just one day, they successfully broke through to the profound ascension realm. This had already broken the historical record, right? Every breakthrough was a process of accumulation, especially for a big realm breakthrough. It was very common for it to take a few months. It was only during the process of breaking through to the profound ascension realm that the lightning tribulation would be more special, which was why the time was slightly shorter. However, the principle remained the same. The faster the breakthrough, the stronger the strength of the person. According to this logic, then wouldn't the strength of these two Morning Star Academy disciples who broke through in one day be able to easily crush the existence of the same level as them? A look of awe appeared on the faces of all the onlookers. After a long time, someone finally dared to brace himself and approach them. He lowered his head and smiled apologetically. "Congratulations, big brothers. Breaking through in one day is an unprecedented miracle. You two big brothers are truly dragons among men." Bao Zhuliang and Su Kexing were stunned for a moment, then nodded with a bit of pride. Everyone loved to hear compliments, and they were no exception. Especially Bao Zhuliang, who grew up listening to such words. If he didn't hear it for a day, he would feel uncomfortable. Two big brothers, the two of you are already high and mighty experts of the profound ascension stage. You don't have any use for these two lightning tribulation points. I wonder if you can let me use it a little. I am very grateful, and will definitely repay you in the future. Seeing this, the person quickly expressed his intentions. If it wasn't for the lightning tribulation points, he wouldn't have come up to these two to flatter them. It's not like he had nothing better to do. Get lost. Bao Zhuliang was just beaming with joy from the compliments, but when he heard this, he immediately turned hostile. He scolded, "Damn, you want lightning tribulation points just by flattering me? Do you think I'm easy to fool? You're courting death." Ah. The person was shocked. Facing two new profound ascension stage experts, he didn't even dare to fart. He quickly nodded and bowed to apologize, then shrunk his head and retreated. "Wait." Su Kexing stopped him, turned his head and whispered to Bao Zhuliang, "Young Master Bao, our lightning tribulation points are empty anyway. Why don't we give them to these people? It'll be convenient for us to deal with Lin. After all, our lightning banner can't create lightning tribulation out of thin air. The more people there are, the easier it will be for us to control the lightning tribulation." "What do you mean?" Bao Zhuliang was slightly taken aback. Looking at the lightning tribulation points around him, there were more than 50 of them. One or two more wouldn't make a difference, right? "Young Master Bao, think about it. If we were to mobilize our own Morning Star Academy's disciples, even if we managed to kill Lin Fan, with so many people discussing it, they would definitely realize that something was wrong. If the higher-ups personally led a team to investigate, there might be trouble." Su Kexing said softly.